Senator, I'll get better at this. Would you redo your introduction?
Just a sec. It takes a few seconds to go live. It's connecting. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So we've done the introductions and we'll do it again later. So
we didn't do introduction, Senator. We haven't done introductions.
Oh, you haven't? I'm sorry. Well, as I introduced you and introduced myself, Senator DeChambeau, District 32, Biddeford and surrounding areas. I'm the Senate Chair, and I will turn it over to my co-chair, Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator. Good morning, everyone. I'm Charlotte Warren, and I represent the city of Hallowell and the towns of West Gardner and Manchester in the House. And I'll pass it next to, I see Representative Newman on my screen.
All right, I'm Representative Dan Newman, District 76, which is Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Vienna, Wayne, and Fayette.
How about Representative Pluker?
Hi, this is Bill Pluker. I represent House District 95, which is Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union. Thank you very much.
Representative Costain?
Good morning. I represent District 100, which is part of Etna, Dixmont, Newport, Plymouth, and Corinna. Thank you.
Representative Morales?
Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Victoria Morales, and I represent South. Whoop, my video went off. Sorry about that. Good morning, everyone. I'm Representative Victoria Morales, and I represent South Portland and House District 33.
Representative Lookner?
Hey, it's Grayson Lookner, District 37 here in Portland. Some less exciting neighborhoods out around the airport. That's where I am. Yeah.
Representative Pickett?
Yes, good morning. Dick Pickett. I represent District 116, the towns of Canton, Dixfield, Hartford, Mexico, and Peru. And I'm still looking for my sandwich, Senator DeChambeau.
Senator Lawrence? Senator Lawrence, can you hear us? Oh,
yep,
there you go.
I just had to unmute myself, Representative Warren. I am State Senator Mark Lawrence. I represent District 35, which is Southern York County, the towns of Ogunquit, York, Kittery, Elliott, South Berwick, and part of Berwick.
Great, thank you. And how about Representative Reckitt?
Yes, my name is Lois Reckitt, and I represent District 31, which is the ocean end of South Portland, which is storming up right now.
Senator Searway?
Good morning. I'm Senator Scott Searway and represent District 16, Waterville, Winslow, Fairfield, Benton, Albion, Clinton, and Unity Township.
Thank you. And I have Representative Rudnicki next.
Good morning. I'm State Representative Shelley Rudnicki. I represent House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield.
Thank you all. And we also have our clerk, Deb Fay, here with us, and our analyst, Jane Orbidan. Thank you both. And Senator, I'll hand it back over to you and we can get started.
Okay. Well, we'll get started with a couple of announcements. Number one, to remind all the members that if you intend to appear in person at the State House, to please call the clerk so that we know we don't go over the limit of the number of people in that room. I'd also like to make a comment on something that we will be proposing on our committee rules, but it's apropos for now. Some committee members, or we all have been using Zoom to the Zoom chat function and been asking questions of the presenters. We've been advised, and I've talked, it was my policy person that mentioned this, that these conversations are not seen by the public, and they're very good questions. So, and there's no archive of that, of those comments. So we're requiring that all questions and comments be made verbally because of this issue. I know some of the comments or the questions are long. We'll talk about it when we do adopt the rules, but for today, I would say that if you want to put them in chat for today, but you must say them verbally so that the public knows, and then we'll talk about how we get the response, okay? That sounds great. Thank you.
And Senator, you just reminded me of one more thing, two more things.
Yeah.
If you are here and you get questions from a committee member, please send the answers to the entire committee. So generally one person will ask the question, but we all are interested in what the answers are. And then secondly, I know some folks are having a little bit of trouble with the legislative mail. This is for committee members. And therefore you aren't getting the Zoom invite onto your calendar. If you reach out to IT, I'm about to send you all an email. You can ask IT to forward your legislative email to whatever you want to use for your personal. I created a separate Gmail account, just Rep Charlotte Warren. Do whatever you want. They'll forward it for you, and then you can have the invites that Deb's sending out on your calendar. So I'll send you that email, but those were the two announcements I had for today.
Okay.
Thank you.
Well, welcome, everyone. We're probably all going to be in another 10, 15 minutes behind schedule, but hey, we'll adapt. 10 a.m., the Maine Energy Management Agency, Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management. I've seen many of you at another meeting, so here we go again. So I'll begin, I guess, is Peter Rogers. Did I see Peter?
Good morning, Senator.
Yeah,
I am here.
Go right ahead. Peter, there are other people on the list, but if you, after you speak, you wish to introduce them, we will. Okay?
Great. Thank you, Senator. I appreciate that.
All right.
Well, thank you, Committee Chair Senator Deschambault and Representative Warren and the members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee for taking the time to meet with us today. I know many of you, but there are some that I have not met, so this is great. My name is Peter Rogers. I live in Yarmouth, and I am truly happy to be here. Before I begin, I'd like to introduce some of the guests here with me today. First is Major General Doug Farnham, the Adjutant General of the Maine National Guard and Commissioner of the Department of Defense, Veterans and Emergency Management. As many of you know, General Farnham is my boss during normal operations, or blue skies as we call it, and I report to him. When we're dealing with disasters or emergencies, gray skies, my role changes and I report directly to the governor. So while I certainly salute the general on a daily basis, I actually am reporting to the governor as we speak. I also have Joe Legee, my deputy director for MEMA. He is the unfortunate soul who gets to keep me straight every day, which is a tough task, as many of you know. And a special guest, Casey Stevens, who is the chairman of the Maine Emergency Management County Directors Council. As many of you know, MEMA has 16 county directors who work side by side with MEMA and are linked to the local communities. They play a critical role in the emergency management effort in Maine and have been truly a vital partner during this pandemic. I've asked Casey to introduce himself and say a few words.
Good morning, everyone. It's a pleasure to be here with you all this morning. Thank you, Director Rogers, for inviting me to introduce the Maine Emergency Management County Directors Council. Again, my name is Casey Stevens. I am the current chairperson of the council, and the council membership includes directors, deputy directors, and county staff from the various county emergency management agencies in our membership. And I just want to go over our mission statement with you real quick, just to give you a better idea of, the purpose of the council. To coordinate the efforts and talents of its members in a common and united goal to protect life and property of all persons within the geographical and political subdivisions of the state against all types of disasters, and to ensure continuity of government in accordance with state law and directives of the state director. To serve as a central point for ideas, common experiences and judgments, suggestions and courses of action between our members. To act in cooperation with and serve in an advisory capacity to the director of MEMA. To advance the cause of emergency management in all areas of the state through appropriate channels of administration, and to maintain and support mutual aid system to further emergency management programs statewide to provide and receive assistance. Now, looking at the bylaws of our council, it appears that the first bylaw was enacted in 1965, so the council's been around for a little while, and I'm proud to help serve on that council today. Again, thank you for having us, and thank you all for your service.
Thank you, Casey. Truly appreciate you joining us today. Since we're limited for time and this is a quick briefing, I would like to invite you all, first off, when COVID is behind us, of course, to tour the facility, meet my staff, get the full-blown MEMA 101, which I think you'll find quite interesting, and also understand why I'm so proud of my team. I'm truly fortunate to lead this group of folks. It was nearly a year ago that MEMA and Maine CDC took the role of a unified command in the management of COVID-19. Director Shaw and I serve as unified commanders and coordinate nearly every day on issues and strategies. As many of you know, we briefed the presiding officers last year in early March. 2 days later, we briefed the full legislature in the House chambers to discuss the pandemic in Maine. Many of you were at that briefing. A week later, I came before this committee and was honored to have your support to be the director for MEMA. And 3 days later, I was sworn in. I must say that never in my wildest dreams did I think when I raised my hand that I would be 11 months dealing with major landslides, blizzards, another which we may have tomorrow, by the way, major windstorms, homeland security issues, power outages, floods, droughts, unrest, white powder scares, shark attacks, and oh yes, a global pandemic. It seems like my daily update with the cabinet often contains the phrase, MEMA is working multiple events today. On the pandemic front, MEMA's State Operations Center fully activated on March 15th and has remained that way ever since. A presidential disaster declaration was prepared and approved with over $32 million awarded to the state, which helps state, county, and locals rebuild and recover much needed services. We have actioned nearly 7,000 resource requests, and with the help of our emergency response team, have transported or shipped nearly 4 million articles of PPE to much needed facilities. Our colleagues in the National Guard have performed over 175 fit test missions, with 4,193 healthcare staff being tested, which allows them to wear the N95 mask. They have also staffed training centers, performed training missions, swabbed healthcare workers, performed warehouse operations with CDC, supported case investigations, coordinated in the planning of alternate care sites and large-scale community vaccination centers, and has assisted us with the state EOC. Our Guard colleagues have truly been rock stars during this event, and General Farnham, we appreciate your support. We're in constant and often daily contact with our colleagues in FEMA Region 1, and I participate weekly in situation updates with state directors and the regional administrator. There are also White House updates and national partner calls every month. In Title 37B, Maine Revised Statute 701, MEMA's mission is to lessen the effects of disaster on the lives and property of the people of Maine. We take that charge very seriously and make it our goal every single day. I'm grateful for the opportunity to represent this agency today and I stand by for your questions. Thank you for the time.
Any questions? You mentioned Mr. Rogers. Mr. Rogers, okay, I'm sorry. Okay, Peter. The blizzard's coming tomorrow. Give us a quick review. What's on your agenda today? What are you going to be doing?
So today we do what we often do when the big storms are coming. We connect with the utilities, we connect with the Department of Transportation, Maine Turnpike Association, National Weather Service, Gray, and Caribou to get an overall picture of what we're having come into the state of Maine. We look at timings, we look at potential power outages, and we reach out to our counties, Casey being a county director as well, to have a coordinated approach if we need it. In this case, I will say that it's looking that it's going to be, for the most part, light, fluffy snow, but an awful lot of it. There will be some wind that blows around, and then there is a chance that it's going to shift over into some freezing rain later. So we probably will have a conference call this afternoon to discuss it based on the information that I get by noon today. Depending where we go from there, I make a recommendation to the governor's office after I connect with all of those state partners again to see what it looks like for the morning and evening commute. And I know that you folks have your own system of allowing your people or notifying your folks as well. So it's going to be a busy day. And as I said earlier today, it'll be a multiple event day for us.
And thank you for the weather report. I didn't know it was going to be fluffy. Thanks. Anyone else? I think Casey, is he still here? Casey?
Yes, ma'am.
And when you're ready, Representative Morales does have her hand up.
Oh, okay. Oh, Casey Stevens. Casey, could you tell me, are all the counties involved in your group?
Yes, each county director and some of their staff is a member of the council.
Good, thank you. And Representative Morales?
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you, Director Rogers. Can everyone hear me okay? Or am I? Okay, great. I was wondering, so two questions. One is just from your perspective, how and if emergency management and our mission around emergency management has really changed since COVID-19. And I'm thinking more about how you are working with the CDC, potentially the Maine CDC, and kind of thinking about that impacting our work. And then the second question is around sort of disinformation campaigns and how I've been reading about FEMA's disinformation website and how they're trying to track the rumors that are being spread and around COVID-19, around climate science, around disasters, things like that, and answering questions. And I know Vermont Public Safety as well is doing something very similar to be able to provide their citizens with the accurate information and linking to credible websites such as PolitiFact and the CDC and FEMA. And I'm just wondering, to what extent are we seeing that as a risk here in Maine and doing anything about that? So those two questions.
Sure. Thank you, Representative. The first question is about the unified command with CDC and MEMA. How has it changed the way that we do business? You know, again, as I mentioned 11 months ago, would I have ever thought that MEMA would be activated for 11 months? Never. I will say that having a unified command with the Maine CDC and being a direct commander with Dr. Shaw has been a great experience for us. You know, like any time when you connect two teams that don't really work closely together, there are some bumps in the road, which we were able to iron out early. We initially had the CDC physically located with us at the State Emergency Operations Center, and it worked very well. We're in constant contact with their folks. Our team, who is working the logistics to support the Maine CDC, is in constant contact with their people, with their warehouse, the epidemiology team. We've had daily updates every single day with CDC where we brief out as a unified command. and it's working very well. You know, it's interesting. There have been a lot of curveballs thrown at us from FEMA and from the ASPR, but we've been able to react really well. And I think it's because of the relationships that we had, first off, prior to COVID. Director Shaw and I started talking about this way back when we started to see this happening overseas. So I think we were ready. And I think when you look at the main state numbers and where we are compared to other states, we're in a really good spot. So I think that our relationship is solid and we work together very well. The second part about disinformation. So again, part of us in our briefings is to work directly with the CDC. We support them by also using our public affairs and public relations platform to put out information, whether it's through Facebook or, gosh, I can't even remember all the different ones that we're on. My daughter could tell you, but we're on those as well. And we're continuing to work closely with them. We let them know if we're seeing anything that's trending on our side. We let them know that here's what we're seeing coming through for questions. So we're in contact with those folks. I know a lot of the times when we brief that out, I see it that afternoon on Director Shaw's press brief. So I think that piece is working, and we're working in conjunction with Robert Long, their spokesperson, and Vanessa Corson, my spokesperson, to make sure that the messages are same and that we're working together.
Great, thank you.
Anyone else? I don't see anybody. Thank you. Thank you, Peter.
Thank you, Senator. Appreciate it. And again, we'd love to host all of you at our state OC as soon as this is at a better place. I think you'd be really, really impressed. And I know that you've been there a number of years ago. We have totally revamped the way it looks. It's very different and it's working well. We've gotten very good at it in 11 months, I will say.
Well, thank you very much. And I'm going to ask our analyst, Jane, to put that on a list. We go and visit the prisons too. So it'll probably be next year, but we'll go. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Senator.
Thank you, Director.
Thank you. All of you, thank you. Next is the Maine Prisoner Reentry Network. I saw Bruce Nodden is here.
Yes.
Oh no, yeah, it's Bruce. That's who we got. Welcome, Bruce. Your name's been mentioned a couple of times by people that work with released prisoners, and what a great job you do. So tell us about that.
Oh, thank you very much. Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren and the honorable members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. So for anybody that knows me, they probably know that I am consumed by the subject of reentry. So there are a million things that I'd love to tell you about Maine Prisoner Reentry Network, but I think we'll keep it limited. But I think what you'll find is that when we talk about how we've addressed the challenges of COVID, that you'll kind of get a better idea of what we do. I'm also joined by, I probably shouldn't say partner in crime, but my partner, Peter Lehman, who accompanies me when we meet with folks in prison prior to release. So I hope Peter can introduce himself.
Good morning.
Peter, go ahead.
Peter Lehman from Thomaston, and it's a pleasure to be with you.
Thank you. Yeah, and so for folks that don't know, I am the founder and executive director of Maine Prisoner Reentry Network. And if you forget everything else that I say today, the best way to kind of describe what Maine Prisoner Reentry Network does is its connection. So we like to connect folks that are in prison currently with resources in the community, connect folks with peer supports, connect disparate organizations and individuals within the community around this idea of working together to support folks who are leaving prison and jail and assist in their reentry, and then hopefully building a life. When COVID first hit, we were already meeting with, at least in the year previous to that, about 130 folks who were currently incarcerated, and trying to kind of build this idea of being prepared for reentry as a team and as a community. And when COVID hit, those meetings abruptly ended. And so we were trying to think of creative ways that we could continue to meet with folks that were inside and continue to do the work that we were doing. So we sent a proposal to our what I would consider our partners at the Maine Department of Corrections. And it included Zoom meetings with caseworkers and the individuals who were releasing. It included providing smartphones to folks who could not afford them because connection was so critical. It included providing laptops for folks who are engaged in education and were going to continue education when they left. And it also included the possibility of transportation from facilities to their town of destination if there were problems in transportation. So we really kind of thought that this was going to be a super, super difficult task, and that we would have to work around COVID and try to find even more creative ways to do this work, especially when folks hit the community. I think in some ways we were right that it was going to be a challenge, but there are some things that we were not prepared for that were actual positives from COVID. And the positive is that we've been able to meet with folks via Zoom far more frequently prior to release than we ever could have prior to COVID. So, I was just going through the numbers last night. And so we've met with, since April of last year. And the other thing is I need to say that the DOC was so incredibly cooperative with this entire idea. The caseworkers have a lot of work to do inside. But they and the teams at DOC said, yeah, let's try this. And so the caseworkers have made it really easy for Peter and I to meet with folks. And, kind of the secret sauce for us is that most of the folks on our team have the lived experience of incarceration and substance use history. I have not been incarcerated, but I am a person in long-term recovery, so we can talk along those levels. But we developed this trust. And so we're meeting on average, typically with most folks, we're meeting like 4 times before they leave. And as up to as many as 6 or 7. And during this time, the first meeting is just kind of a get to know you. And then after that, we start to introduce community resources. And the cool thing about the whole thing is that, if somebody's releasing from Wyndham and they're heading back to Aroostook County, we can introduce the resources within that area we never could have pulled this off. No one, a substance use provider or recovery coach was not going to drive all the way from Aroostook County to go to MCC. And then actually, how things go. There are shutdowns, there are issues with getting in, so on and so forth. So what we found is that we've been able to meet with more people. We've been able to meet with people far more frequently, and we've been able to kind of develop a community plan, which is what we wanted to do all along. When I approached Randy Liberty when he was the warden in the Maine State Prison, this was exactly what we were talking about. But we didn't know what kind of logistical issues we were going to have in getting everybody, clearance to get inside and things like that. So this is what we've been dreaming about, is that kind of community approach to reentry. So, and the cool, really even better thing for me and for Peter is that this is this person's plan, that we are only introducing resources. We're not telling them, you need to do this and you need to do that. We're saying, how would you feel about being introduced to, let's say, Eastern Maine Development Corp with a Connecting with Opportunities grant? How would you feel about that? Well, that sounds good. All right, well, we'll have a representative join us for the next meeting, and we'll all sit together as a team. So these folks get to see a team of folks that are prepared for them to release to the community. The anxiety levels are so much lower than they ever were before in the work that we were doing. And the other really neat thing that's been happening is it allows us to really use this network that we've been building over the last 3.5 years. So we were meeting in numerous communities. I gave you guys kind of a one pager that tells you a little bit about us. I can't remember all of the communities, but it was a lot. And we were having these monthly community meetings and talking about what it's going to be like and how we're going to support people when they re-enter. We did okay. I don't think we did a poor job, but now we're actually able to introduce those folks to people before they release, and then also coordinate once they have released. And if there are stumbling blocks, then we make adjustments. And the key to the whole thing is this kind of coordination. So instead of the caseworker or us or somebody else just coming in and say, here, I'll help you, we're all coordinated as a team. We're not each in different lanes. We understand which role each one of us plays. And the connector of it all is the peer support. So the person who's a peer support or a recovery coach or both are the persons who are kind of supporting that person in their reentry and in their planning and coordination. So that's a piece of what we do. Peter, I know you raised your hand, and Representative Pickett raised his hand.
Yeah, no, I just wanted to emphasize what you're saying, that we also have a weekly meeting. Those community meetings have turned into a weekly meeting on Zoom, where we have between 40 and 50 people. Actually, our high was 46, wasn't it? Where every week we have 40 or so people from all around the state. So the network is continuing to be built in a kind of way that we never could have anticipated. The other thing that I just wanted to add was that the notion of empowering these women and men, making this their plan, and which gives them a sense of hope. I mean, I sometimes say, that's what we're peddling is hope.
Very good. Thank you, Mr. Lehman. We have Representative Pickett, who has a question, I believe.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Mr. Norton. The question I have is, coming out and re-entering into society, work is a very big issue. I'm sure, and I've did a lot of reading on this, and actually it's something that's really very necessary, if possible, to be able to have a job ready even before you're released. And so what I wanted to ask you for a question is, the application process for jobs and the rap sheet and those kind of things. Are you presently, or do you know if there's anyone presently within an organization that is working on that? Because I know I'm looking in that to myself, because I realize the fact that when you're trying to get out, you got an application, and when you got and if you have an application that identifies you as with a criminal record, oftentimes we don't want to think this happens, but oftentimes you're put off to the side. And I think we all in reentry want to have your clients and people that are coming out and coming back into the communities. We want them to have a fair shake at getting a job and being able to come out and keep them self-occupied. And there's a lot to be said about idle hands are the devil's workshop. And if we stay busy and we have the support from the community, I think it's a great thing. But could you talk just a little bit about the application, if you have anything to do with that at all?
Yeah, I think I'd be misspeaking if I said we had anything to do with that directly at all. The way we're built is on relationships. So we built relationships with some employers in the state that actually are encouraging us to get folks to apply prior to release. So the two kind of glaring examples are Dave's Killer Bread, which is in Lewiston. And that's part of Country Kitchen and Flow Corp, which is a large corporation. And and then also Bristol Seafoods, which is in the Portland area. And then on top of that, it's connecting with the workforce development boards and the opportunities that they afford, and especially right now with the Connecting with Opportunities grant that's come down. So EMDC, Workforce Solutions, Community Concepts, Aroostook Community Action Program, they all implement this grant, and it's been incredible. I have to say, Representative Pickett, that the thing that Peter and I spend very little time worrying about is employment. Most of the guys that we serve and that we connect do find jobs. And the great thing about the Connecting with Opportunities grant is it kind of gives these guys the opportunity to dream. So they can take trainings, they can go to 4-year college, 2-year college. They have a team of folks that's wrapped around them. So we're all kind of working together. So instead of just a job, they kind of get to expand their minds out to maybe something that they've ever, been good at one time in their life, or maybe were really interested in, but never had the resources to get there. So that's really the way we approach it. I'm fully aware of the fair chance employment legislation and things like that, but not that we don't care about that, because we would testify and have testified that taking that box off would be beneficial to folks. We choose to kind of approach things the way we do with most stuff, is to build relationships within the community.
Thank you very much.
I should emphasize too. That the workforce development people are often with us in these Zoom meetings. And so women and men getting out, meet them before they get out, and in fact, get registered and do their basic intake before they get out.
Thank you. I saw Representative Renicki, followed by Representative Lookner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'm new to this committee, so I'm learning every time we meet all the different things that this committee oversees or works on. And so I have a question. Could you tell me what the funding mechanism for your reentry program is and how that works for me?
Great question. Up until actually January 1st of this year, we were a 100% volunteer organization. We've been existing on small grants from organizations such as the Betterment Fund, MEHAF, Rally Maine, and some other smaller grants. So we never could afford salaries for anyone. Recently, Peter's on the board too. So recently the board insisted that I start getting paid for this work. I quit my job over 2 years ago to do this work. And, I think I will say that it's underfunded. I don't complain. My wife one day challenged me and said, so what are you really doing? Like, you're not really getting and I said, well, okay, let's just take a guy. And at the time I was 55. So let's take a guy who's getting out of prison that's 55 years old, and we help him to not go back to prison. And he lives to the age of 75. Well, if you take an average of $50,000 a year to have somebody housed in prison over that 20-year period of time, that's $1 million that's been saved to the taxpayers. So if you want a dollars and cents thing, then there you go. Now, we don't play in dollars and cents. We play in people, and we play in human beings. But there is a great benefit financially to the state. And, I wouldn't like to say that it's just savings. I would hope that some of those funds that would be saved would be reinvested in mental health and substance use treatment, family connection, things like that. But it truly is a much more effective way to spend taxpayers' dollars. Sorry, I didn't really answer that. That's how we're funded. We do have a new pilot that's going on in Kennebec County where the Office of Behavioral Health is kind of bought into this idea of peer support for folks being a benefit. So we'll see after the 2 years how beneficial we can be to folks that are in jail. We've been working mostly in prisons, but we'll see how beneficial peer support can be and connection can be for folks in jail. And for that, we are being paid. So OBH is helping us with that.
Thank you. We have Representative Lookner, followed by Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mr. Nodden, Mr. Lehman. Thank you for your work. My question has to do with supported housing. So coming out of prison into the community, is there a big network of supported housing? I know a lot of these places encounter issues with zoning. Like they're not able to locate where they need to be located to provide services to some of these folks coming out of prison. And also, I've heard that there are issues with these houses not being very tolerant when it comes to relapse on substances, and some of them are very strict about maintaining a strict abstinence program. So folks who, maybe slip and have a relapse don't have anywhere to go back to, and that obviously sets them up for failure and recidivism. So can you just talk about, what the supported housing network looks like and some of the issues there? Thanks.
Thank you for the question. So the number one issue for folks releasing from prison and jail is housing. In the state of Maine, we have a massive deficit of affordable, adequate housing. If you were leaving prison and you had to go to some of the housing that I've seen, that's actually a step down from being in prison or jail. The other part is that's even if you can find a place. So there's a huge issue with that. So the other part that you're talking about are recovery residences, and Peter's going to kind of laugh when I say this, but we have two different categories. So for us, we call recovery residences because there are places to recover. We refer to sober houses as places where people hope to be sober. And a lot of times there's a whole lot of use going on there. We are not going to recommend that any of our folks go to sober houses. Recovery residences are places to recover, and they do a really good job of doing it. The sad part for me as a person, kind of as an outsider, I came from the business world, so a lot of this makes no sense to me, but that the recovery residences are kind of the de facto halfway houses for people getting out of prison and jail. And there are a whole lot of folks in the community that are recovering too. So these folks are taking on way more than they ever intended when they said, I'm going to open a recovery residence. They're overtaxed, and they have to face the issues of somebody not only recovering from substance use, but recovering from incarceration. That's something that nobody talks about. This person has to readjust to being in a community after being in a structured life where every decision has been made for you, and you might make maybe 100 decisions a day. And then you got to come out to this world where you and we don't know it, but we're making thousands of decisions every single day, and it's overwhelming. So these poor folks have to kind of take that over. Maine Association of Recovery Residences does an amazing job of kind of, keeping a list, and they know who the better recovery residences are. They know which ones are taking MAT and are not. And so we kind of rely on them in some ways. But I can tell you, and I'm not letting anything out of the bag, I am in negotiations with a couple of investors right now about building reentry ready housing. With dignity, with support, with MAT available, with mental health professionals available, that kind of thing, because that transition is important. Now, the last thing I'll say is, some folks in this room are familiar with SCCP, Supervised Community Confinement Program, and they just bumped it up to 24 months. Well, it's kind of a joke inside of the prisons, because a lot of these people can't get out, even though they've got this amazing packet of all the things that they're going to do when they hit the community. The last thing that holds them up is there's no place to live. So many folks could be getting out far earlier than they deserve to, because they've been doing the work. These are your star, residents. They're doing everything programming wise. They're participating in their recovery, but they can't find a place to live in the community. And a lot of times, if they can, they have to go to a community that's completely foreign to them. So somebody that wants to live in the country has to go to Bangor or Portland or Lewiston. So anyway, I could talk about this forever, but housing is a huge, huge issue. And I feel like recovery residences, too much pressure is put upon them to house folks that are getting out of prison and jail because we have no halfway system here in Maine. Thank you for the question.
Yeah, and thanks for that answer. Go ahead. I'm done.
Excuse me. Okay.
Oh, I'm done. I apologize.
All right. We have two others. I just want to remind people of the time, and that is Representative Morales, followed by Representative Warren.
Thank you so much, Madam Chair. Thank you so much, Bruce and Peter. I'm not going to ask about the housing piece because you just explained it, and I just thank you for that. I wanted to know more about the community planning that you're doing, and I think it's so wonderful that now with Zoom and the technology, you're able to do that at an early, sort of setting folks up for a better plan for connecting to resources. And I'm wondering how is it practically working? I know you guys don't have a lot of funding. Are you required to pay for the technology to make those connections? Is it provided for free to have those calls by the DOC? Are they able to have folks present on the inside to be a part of that team? Those are just some of my questions practically.
Yeah, so it's a simple Zoom account, and there was a deal for last year in April for $150 for a year. And so the only time it's been an issue for us is we had a statewide convening back in May of last year, and our Zoom account only goes up to 100. So, and when you have Gordon Smith and you have Warden Magnuson and other people, it was pretty attractive. And so we kind of went over our 100, but that's how we do it. We do our weekly meetings with that basic Zoom account. We do all of our meetings with folks in prison and jail, mostly in prison, with that Zoom account. That's how we do it. And all of these organizations, they ask for nothing in return. They just want to be at the table and they want to help. And obviously having clients for somebody who has a grant, for assisting folks in these situations, that helps them out too, to have, enough clients to kind of report out as to, how many folks they're helping. So it's just a really cool thing that's kind of organically grown. And these meetings that we have, Peter didn't mention, we have folks joining us who are actually incarcerated. So folks at Maine State Prison, Mountain View, and the Southern Maine Women's Reentry Center join us for that meeting, and they kind of report out to the greater group about what's going on inside of the prison.
That's great.
Thank you. All set, Victoria. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Bruce and Peter, for all the work that you're doing. And I just want to make sure I just add in also from Representative Pickett's question, because it's such an important one. And I know it's not the sort of major thrust of the work that you all are doing, but I know that it's also on your sort of policy agenda, these issues about ban the box, both for employment, which there is a bill this year, again, in the Labor and Housing Committee, and there's also a bill around housing. So both of those things really provide really tough blocks to people who are working to gain reemployment. And so those are being brought forward again by Representative Rachel Talbot Ross. And so, great question, Richard. And I'm glad that you're doing some research on that. And I'd love it if you'd share that with all of us on the committee, because we know in Maine, we can't afford to lose even one worker. We need everybody, and we certainly shouldn't be putting up, these blocks. So thank you again for the question, and thank you guys for all the work you're doing.
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm going to have to make a comment, then I have a question. You do know that I'm one of those caseworkers who did that alone for many years. We all did. And you are so correct. Caseworkers do a good job in connecting in the community. But when the prisoner left, they were so anxious. They never saw your face. They go, who am I going to see? How can I trust them? So this Zoom connection's the best. We did this many years ago, but it was in-house. It was now Chief Justice Stokes, Brian McMaster, and myself. But this is successful because it's community people who are reaching out and they have their heart in it. So I thank you for that. I'm going to ask the tough question, though. Are there any prisoners that you will not or cannot work with who, due to their crime, sex offenders and manslaughter? Sex offenders are the most difficult to re-enter. Every community has ordinances up where they can live. So have you ever, or have you made a comment that you will not work with those very difficult, hard to place individuals?
So I'll answer that very easily. There are no restrictions, zero. And actually, this organization was founded on assisting folks who are, let's say, on the registry. Because we're kind of trying to control some language here. I just can't call people sex offenders because that's not who they are. It's something that they've done. So folks who have a sex offense in their background, those are the folks that we want. We're not shying away from the most challenging situations. And to be really honest, we don't look at the person's crime. We are peer supports in a very strict sense. If someone wants to tell us what their offense is, or if I find out by accident, that's the way we're going to find out. So we've been asked that question since the beginning, and there are no restrictions to the folks that we will assist.
Well, good. Another barrier down. Thank you. And thank you for correcting me. I should refer to them as people on the registry. You are correct. Thank you. We'll see Bruce again and again, and Peter. They have a chair there, I think, with their name on it. So again, thank you very much. We'll just move along here.
Thank you folks very much. Hi, Joseph. Hi, Jan. Take care.
Thank you all.
Okay. I'm looking at the clock. Well, that's not too bad. Maine Commission on Domestic and Sexual Abuse. The chair is Lucia Shamo Hunt. Is Lucia here?
Yes, good morning.
Oh, there. Hi there. Welcome.
Thank you so much. Good morning, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. Thanks so much for having me today. I'm Lucia Hunt. I'm an attorney at Pine Tree Legal, a member of the commission since 2010, and its chair since sometime in 2016. And I'm here today just to provide a quick introduction to those of you who have not interacted with our commission, and give you a sense to say hello to those who are very familiar. And I know we have some representation around this particular committee that has deep roots with the Commission on Domestic and Sexual Abuse, to give you an update on some of our current priorities and what we've been working on lately. So thank you so much for having me. I really appreciate the opportunity. So the Commission on Domestic and Sexual Abuse is established by statute. It's actually within the Protection from Abuse statute in Title 19A, and it has existed since about 1990. The Commission's statutory charge is to advise and assist the executive, legislative, and judicial branches of state government on issues related to domestic and sexual abuse. And the Commission may make some recommendations on legislative and policy actions. What that looks like in practice, of course, is that we're sometimes appearing before you, either I or another member of the commission, to provide some testimony on issues related to any initiatives that are related to domestic and sexual abuse. So there are 36 members of the commission. It's quite a large commission, including representatives of domestic violence and sexual assault coalitions and the executive directors of the 3 statewide coalitions. A mental health provider, victims of sexual assault and domestic violence are within the membership of the commission, a district attorney representative, a representative of the chiefs of police, a sheriff, several attorneys, a representative from the AG's office, the state police, the commissioner or commissioner's designee from the Department of Public Safety, which is sort of the umbrella organization, and Commissioner Sawchuk does sit on the commission. And then either the commissioner or the commissioner's designee from DHS, Department of Education, Department of Labor, and the Department of Corrections. There's a batterers intervention provider, 4 members representing underserved populations, and the Chief Justice appoints 1 person to serve the commission in an advisory capacity, typically a judge in the district court. During the last legislative session, the 129th legislature, the composition of the Abuse Commission shifted to include 4 new representatives from tribal communities, including the director of a tribal coalition against domestic violence and sexual assault, the Wabanaki Women's Coalition, and representatives of tribal government, tribal police, and tribal courts. So that was a very exciting and long-awaited shift in representation at the commission. Meetings are open to the public and they're always attended by non-members. The best way to get in touch with us is directly through me or through Commissioner Sawchuk. And the ways that we've been, I think, most of use to members of the legislature in the past is really to provide some comprehensive feedback on initiatives that are related to domestic and sexual violence. We've been asked to produce several studies by governors and the legislature, and we've also participated as members in other studies and reports that are related to domestic and sexual violence. Happy to take any questions throughout. I should have mentioned that, but there'll probably be time at the end as well. So if anyone had any questions so far, I'm happy to take a quick pause before I jump into sort of what we've been working on lately and what's coming up.
I have one question while you were speaking, and I think I know the answer. I'm not sure. Have you testified on bills? I'm asking curious because I think I have 2 domestic violence bills.
Yes, absolutely. That's a big part of sort of the part of our statutory charge that includes making recommendations, is we do often provide testimony on bills having to do with domestic violence and sexual assault. And typically, you know, it's not going to be every bill, but the commission will go through a process where we will think about whether sort of this large group that, you know, represents so many different constituencies has a perspective that might be helpful on those issues. So we'll typically take them. We have meetings this time of year about once a month. So the timing can be a little tricky if things come up quickly, but we'd certainly be happy to work with anyone who has upcoming bills and get those sort of, if it's not on our plate, I think we have really within the membership a lot of connections to other folks. And so we can sort of figure out, is it something that the commission itself should take a look at, or, you know, is one of the coalitions one of the better sort of primary responders, or someone to look at it, or is it someone within the AG's office, you know, just for example.
Great.
So happy to do that. Absolutely.
Thank you. Any questions? Seeing none. Lucia, if
Representative Pickett has his hand up.
Oh, I now see it. Thank you. Representative Pickett.
Just before I forget it, can we make sure and get Lucia Hunt's contact information in the chat for us? Thank you.
I can put it in there just as soon as I'm through with the rest of it, but I'm not going to try to do it at the same time. knowing myself.
Yeah.
Great. So
Good.
I did want to talk a little bit about recent projects, if that works.
Yeah.
And
Go ahead.
current priorities. So, you know, this year was a little bit different, of course, it was for everyone in terms of our meetings. We typically meet 10 times a year. And I think last year we got together formally 5 times and had a few informal presentations as well, just because of everything that was going on in the world. But one thing that we did start last fall and continued through the spring was convening a series of panels to address some gaps in the process of firearms relinquishment and establishing a working group after those panels to work with NCEDV, the Department of Public Safety, and also the Administrative Office of the Courts, and create new judicial branch forms and processes, some new protocols, and an implementation guide and model policy. And then we also recently worked with NCEDV and the Department of Corrections on new rules for virtual participation in the Certified Batters Intervention programs. Those are 2 things I just wanted to highlight that we worked on fairly recently. And then coming up, one of the priorities for the Commission this legislative session is LR 1600, an act to clarify and recodify Maine's protection from abuse statute. So that is, you know, the protection from abuse statute, and I'll just talk briefly about it. It's evolved over many, many years from sort of its origins around the early 80s when it was first established. There was a major overhaul in about 1990. And then since then, there have been bits and pieces sort of added to the statute. This effort is a reorganization of the statute so that it follows sort of the modern convention of statutory writing and is more accessible to be able to actually look at it and see where the various parts are located. So it's not a substantive change to the protection from abuse statute, not to say that, you know, there aren't substantive changes that need to happen, but this effort is really just to restructure it, not change the existing law, and to make it more accessible, more readable. And so the Commission is prioritizing that effort this session. Also continuing to look at criminal justice reform bills and doing some work to try to integrate equity principles into our statutory charge of advising on issues related to domestic and sexual abuse, and continuing some of the work of firearms relinquishment. So.
Good. Are we all set? Not seeing any questions? Thank you very much, Ms. Hunt. Thank you.
Thank you for having me.
Yeah, bye-bye. Moving right along, we're doing well. The next people up are Joe Jackson and Jan Collins, 2 other people we see often, and that is the Maine Prisoner Advocacy Group. Welcome, Joe.
Thank you. Thank you. Greetings to Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren, and member of the Criminal Justice Committee. I'm going to introduce myself. My name is Joseph Jackson. I'm the Executive Director of Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition. And my partner here can introduce herself.
I think you'll have to speak up, Joe.
I will do so then. Yes, ma'am.
All right.
Hi, and I'm Jan Collins. I'm Assistant Director of Maine Prisoner Advocacy Coalition.
Yeah, and for those of you who don't know much about us, our mission is to support Maine's incarcerated citizens, their families, and friends in their struggle with the Maine criminal justice system. Our purpose is to reduce Maine's use of incarceration by creating a criminal justice system that is ethical, humane, and restorative in nature. And just to give you a little feedback, some of that involves with frequent contact with folks on the inside, working with partners who include many different organizations, civil liberties organizations, restorative justice organizations, mental health organizations, and of course the Department of Corrections, but definitely and some community engagement to really try to bring about reform of our criminal justice system.
Many of our major concerns parallel those revealed in the 2019 Justice Reinvestment Report, which we feel is a blueprint for change in Maine's criminal justice system. Maine's jails and prisons are filled with people who could be better served in a medical setting. It's less expensive to place a person with substance use disorder in a treatment bed than it is in a jail cell, yet we continue to place them in jail. The AMHI consent decree released 1,200 people suffering from mental health issues into their communities without adequate support services. And coincidentally, over that period since the consent decree, we have almost exactly the same rise in the number of inmates in prison.
Yes, and the other part of our concern is in 2021, the juveniles corrections budget will spend more than $12 million on community corrections and $18 million for Long Creek. Right now we are supporting closing Long Creek because that facility right now is currently serving 30 youth at a price tag of $18 million, and we feel that there are more models out there that are research-based that have much better for kids, and we would love to see that those funds be diverted. Impact was also part of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, and definitely want to subscribe to some of the findings that came out of that group.
So another goal is to find ways, besides treating people for their what we consider medical, instead of putting them in prison. We also think it's really important to keep people who are in jails and prisons simply because they are poor out of the system. Right now, Maine's public defender's office is understaffed, leading to inadequate representation, underpaid lawyers, insufficiently trained attorneys for Maine's poor. And this has created a two-tiered system, a system that works for those people who can afford their own attorney, one that doesn't work for those who cannot afford their own attorney. We were sorry to see that no additional funds have been set aside in the governor's budget to remedy this violation, which we consider a violation of the Sixth Amendment.
Yeah, thank you. And with that, also with people being in jail, I mean, our cash bail system seems to be and represent a surmountable hurdle for folks who are on the lower social classes. I mean, personal reconnaissance bail right now for some cases of $500, which is already unattainable. But we're seeing that the new PR looks to be like $2,500 in most cases that are impacting some of the folks that we know. And so $2,500 definitely is definitely a hurdle for folks to be able to get out of jail if you don't have some sort of income.
We applaud Bruce Knott and Peter Lehman and the rest of the reentry crew because they are doing amazing things. We do feel strongly that the state should be supporting those services because it really helps the state out in amazing ways. But we also feel that programming is lacking in both jails and prisons, which leads to a high recidivism rate and, frankly, a cycle of despair, not only for the inmates, but also for their families. When I talk about programming, I was interested to see what the commissioner said in his presentation last week. Especially during COVID, there has been little or no programming. Whenever there's an outbreak of COVID in a facility, it's a lockdown situation that's very much like solitary confinement. There were times when we got messages from inmates who had not been allowed out for a shower for 3 days running. So along with that, Maine State Prison is building a new facility for programming, and that means the building doesn't exist anymore. So all of those people who would normally be going to education for programming are not able to do that. We think the new building will be helpful, but in the meantime, for pretty much the entire time that we've had COVID, there has basically been not much going on unless you were attending a college course with a computer. That means that most, I would say at least 75% of the people in Maine State Prison have been watching TV and playing cards because there's absolutely nothing else to do. So we are sorely lacking. As a mother who has a son in prison, I was under this mistaken impression that when you got there, you would immediately be set into programming that would help you gain the skills you need to be successful when you get out. And I was in shock, both at the lack of mental health services, there is some, but not enough, and the lack of regular programming for everybody that's in prison.
Yeah, thank you for that, Jan. And I guess keep continuing with that trend to talk about programming and rehabilitative programming, there really isn't a reward system that we have implemented for those folks who are engaged in rehabilitative programming. Particularly, Maine has no parole, and what that means and what that does is that it nullifies the premise that folks can change. Right now, we know that for the most part, crime is a young man's game, that at some point in people's life, they age out. And what we're seeing is that folks who even no longer pose a danger or a threat to society, and the department feels that way as well with some of these folks, are not being allowed to, the ability for that reward of parole or to be able to get back out, even though that they have, you know, gotten degrees and gotten a lot of things in their favor that shows that they're the least likely to recidivate. And so we definitely want to see parole return back to Maine.
One of the things we've seen over the last decade is there is a decrease in crime in Maine. There's also a decrease in the number of arrests. But up until COVID, we continue to see an increase in the number of people who are incarcerated in the state of Maine. What that has meant is people are getting longer and longer sentences. We have an aging population. We have people who are, despite the fact that we have no death penalty in the state of Maine, we have people who are, in fact, dying in prison. Even if they don't have a life sentence, they're ending their days in prison. We feel strongly that the Department of Corrections should not be in the long-term care and nursing home business, that is an expensive proposition, and it is a proposition that requires very well-trained people that we don't necessarily have in the Department of Corrections. The department has always had a policy that allowed people compassionate release who were dying or incapacitated. However, we do not know of anybody in the last 5 years who has been released for compassionate care. So we would like to see that changed. It is a huge financial drain on the Department of Corrections in terms of, I believe the warden, well, now Commissioner Liberty, when he was warden, told me that he spent $40,000 a month just on transport, primarily for medical visits. That's an incredible number that could be used either to raise the pay for corrections officers or to actually do more programming within the facility. Thank you.
And as Jan indicated, a couple of pieces that COVID-19 remains to be a ticking time bomb that's happening within the facility. And particularly when it comes to, who we have prioritized. We are engaged in a practice where the folks who identify under the priority list as 70 and up, and we have folks that are incarcerated, are not even being considered for the vaccine. And so definitely want to toss that out there. And just wanted to leave a little time for questions. One last part is that the Justice Reinvestment Report indicates that we know that our criminal justice system is targeting different demographics, and particularly people of color, at a much higher rate than they represent in our population. And so we feel that there needs to be something looked at to see where the bias lay at in our system.
For time, and this is all good information, but mostly it's information we do receive when you testify. So we know a little bit about your program, and I'd like to turn it over to people who may have specific questions of your program or what you just presented. Anyone? Representative Morales.
Thank you so much, Joseph and Jan. I really always appreciate the information you provide us. I learn something new every time you both speak, and so I really am grateful. I wanted to go to the a couple of things, talking about representation of folks who are in our criminal justice system, and you spoke a bit about it. I remember we received, and I can't put my fingers on it, but a document last session that, and I was shocked by it as an attorney. I was shocked by the number of the percentages of folks who receive attorneys through the criminal indigent funds, and then the percentages of those who go unrepresented. And it was a huge number that went unrepresented. And then it was a small number who were able to pay for their own representation. And kind of thinking about that, and the $60 an hour that we pay for that representation, which, as anyone who does this work in the community knows, that's very, very low, and that you cannot really have good representation. So do you have the data on those numbers? And is there anything updated from that?
I don't have the data from those numbers, but I would just say that what you just described in the current data is really troubling. And that, when you're talking about defense, the district attorney has almost unlimited resources to prosecute someone versus someone's ability to defend themselves. And I don't know if anyone can imagine what kind of unequal platform that provides when one person, finds themselves trying to fight for their freedom.
And I would just add that I put a link in our testimony to the 6th Amendment report that went over this information. So you should be able to find it there. Thank you.
That's great. And if I have one piece around judges, if that would be possible, Madam Chair, to ask about.
Judges. Okay, go ahead.
Yes, and wondering about your organizations. And, I've had the pleasure of working with a number of wonderful judges in Maine. I would say the vast majority are exceptional. I'm partial to the York County judges, Justice Fritchie and Brennan, who trained me early on. And I know thought very, very deeply about sentencing, very, very deeply about bail, about criminal justice, racial justice, equity, poverty. Those were two that did that. What does your organization do? And I know there are others who do too. I just know them personally. But what does your organization do to work with judges around the discretion they have?
Well, I can just say that one of the things we've done is with some folks who have reached out to us is that we go and support those folks in court and testify and talk to the judges around. I think that one of the things we're seeing is that when people get to court, we need to have people there that can talk about, some of the things that are available to judges other than just lengthy sentences at the end. And we have engaged with some judges on some panels, particularly in Lewiston area. We've done that to really talk about and highlight some of the sentencing disparities that are taking place in the state.
Okay, thank you. We have
Thank you.
4 people on the queue. It would be Representative Lookner, Senator Searway, and Senator Lawrence.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, and thank you both for speaking. My question has to do with Long Creek. So I know there are a couple bills, one that I've sponsored, And this has come up in previous sessions about, closing that facility and redirecting those funds into community support services. I know this is an issue that Representative Morales is also particularly interested in. That's her district. I'm on the border there. So my question is really just, to that 18 million, do the programs exist in the community to adequately support youth already, or are those programs that need to be rebuilt? Or how do you envision, that money being better spent to keep kids out of, the institutions and out of the school to prison pipeline? If you could just talk about your vision there.
Yes, but I think it's part of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group where there were a lot of things that were identified that we do have within our community. Obviously, we do need more housing opportunities for folks, placement places to put them up. I think what we envision is that the large number of folks that are coming in, and these young people have different needs, but we begin to identify what needs they have and then begin to start addressing it on an individual case-by-case basis. But it seems like that we have a lot of the infrastructure here, but we do need to build some as well.
Thank you.
Sorry, Senator Searway? You're muted, Senator.
Yeah. Can you hear me now?
Yep.
All right. Thank you, Chairman DeChambeau. Yeah, I was just listening to the two, and I think it was a great introduction of what you're trying to accomplish, and I appreciate what you try to do and your efforts. I think something that I'd like to see too is, I know you said there's a decrease in crime and an increase in larger sentencing. And I think that part of it is, when I worked in the courts, I saw a lot of deferred dispositions. And so a lot of times, we have a lot of crimes that are committed, but then they don't show up as a record later. So it does decrease the numbers. And also, I think that when we do get someone that they finally say, hey, you've done enough, we've got to put you away, that it becomes a larger sentence. And I think that that's part of what's happening. And I know they put a big concentration on deferred dispositions, and they try every angle they can to keep them out of the jail system. I think the judges do a wonderful job, and I think the lawyers do a wonderful job. I was very impressed when I was in the courts and working with the judges and the lawyers, and they go in very detail of how they can help that prisoner or that person to get out of the system and get in a better life, but some choose to keep going and get their bad habits or whatever it is, and they continue, and then that's when they get these larger sentences. I think,
Senator, do you have a question?
yeah, the question I was going to get to is that with a larger sentence, how do we, I know there's more serious crimes, so how do we get them down to a minimum security to get them back out? I know that, I think that's what I'm kind of wondering, how we can get that done. Because I think, when you get a serious offense, it's just so hard because they're dangerous. And so there's a danger there, and I think that's got to be recognized. So what do you think on that? How do we get that down?
Senator Searway, this is Jan Collins. Thank you for that question. There are a couple of things I wanted to note is that arrests are also down. So that's important to keep in mind. I'm also looking at the statistics over time, and what we're seeing is, that we've had a 400% increase in the number of people who are arrested in this, who are incarcerated, I shouldn't say arrested, incarcerated in the state of Maine since the late 1970s. That's a huge number, but it parallels what was happening across the country. And the result, I think, is primarily because we started imprisoning people who had medical conditions. We closed AmHigh. We decided that addiction was a criminal offense, not just a personal medical problem. And because of that, we started putting people in prison. When we did away with parole, we also did away with the ability for people to shorten their sentences based on their accumulated good behavior and efforts towards rehabilitation. That in it itself increased the length of the sentence. We also know that the sentence for a particular crime has also increased about 20% over the period from the early 1980s to the present. So it really isn't just about people being more hardened criminals. It's really about changes in what we've decided is criminal activity and whether or not we are going to reward good efforts towards reform. Unfortunately, the fact that we have more people in prison, 400% more people in prison, means that we have less money for the programming necessary to actually rehabilitate people. Thank you for your question.
Yeah. I'll just add a little bit to that, and we'll talk longer, Senator Searway. But to answer your question, serious crimes and how do you get them into minimum custody? That's all classification, case plans, if they're compliant. Murderers get released, manslaughter gets released. It's a process. So thank you. Are you all set? I can go to Senator Lawrence and Representative Warren, and I'd like to wrap it up after Representative Warren. Where are we? Senator Lawrence.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. And I do have a question, but I first just wanted to thank both of you. I've been a criminal defense attorney and a district attorney over the last 30 or so years. And I've seen it from both sides, and your position that you advocate for is one that's extremely necessary, but often very, very difficult and very much underappreciated. So if we're going to have a balanced justice system and a fair justice system, we have to have all sides advocated for. And so your role is extremely important, and I appreciate it. And I did want to just correct one thing. I mean, I think someone said that the DAs have unlimited money. Having been a DA, we don't, they don't have unlimited money. I used to tell people I had $215 to prosecute each case. But having said that, what is important, I've felt for years that it's really a question of leveling the playing field between the prosecution and the criminal defense when you're dealing with indigent clients. And I felt for years that it is not level, that we do need to look at trying to level that playing field between them. And I'm just curious if you have any statistics, any from not only from Maine, but from other states on what's spent on indigent criminal defense versus what's spent on criminal prosecution, and looking at and comparing states that have court-appointed systems like Maine and states like New Hampshire that have public defender systems. Do you have access to any of that information that you can provide the committee with?
Senator Lawrence, thank you for your question. I don't have those statistics on hand, but they are present in the Sixth Amendment report referenced in our testimony today.
Good, thank you.
Yep.
Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, Joseph and Jan. Could you send a copy again of the report to Jane so Jane can send it out to us via email. I think that's a good one for us to all check in about again. Also for committee members, I did put in the chat the 2 years worth of data that's been gathered by the Justice Reinvestment Act. That's the Council of State Government. I did put a link to that. I think it's going to be really important that when we're making comments about long sentences or bigger crimes, let's do it based on the data that we spent a lot of time, many of us, a lot of hours traveling across the state and meeting with folks to gather that data. And let's just make sure that we're we're attaching ourselves to the actual data that's been connected. So I did share that in the chat. My question for you all, when you're advocating, and I know you advocate here in the Criminal Justice Committee, and I know you advocate in the Judiciary Committee, do you also advocate in the HHS Committee?
We do on occasion advocate in HHS.
Okay.
And we intend to do more this year. Thank you.
Great. I just want to flag for you in case you haven't seen, we did speak and had a great 3-hour presentation from the Department of Corrections on Wednesday. And, we obviously asked about Long Creek and closing Long Creek. And, currently we're spending $660,000 per youth per year. In a time where we need to really be tightening our belts. So, that just seems extraordinary. And we asked, why don't they have in their plan, a way to extract ourselves from that, right? 179 staff members for 28 youth seems just crazy to me and would certainly never happen in the private sector. And then when you start looking at the budget, the Office of Child and excuse me, Colin's answer was, that we should close it, we should move in that direction, but we don't have enough community-based services and we need to invest in community-based services. If you look at the state budget proposed for the biennial, the governor's budget that just came out, you'll see that the Office of Child and Family Services is proposing to give $660,000 back to the general fund. So, I spent some time sort of thinking about this over the weekend, and I decided that those two things can't be true at the same time, right? We can't be saying we need more money to build community support services on one hand to one committee, but we're going to give this money back on the other side. So that's a really long way of giving you some information and saying, I hope you'll testify in front of HHS on their budget. I certainly will, because we know that $660,000 towards community-based service is going to get us a long ways to saving this $18.5 million we're spending a year on Long Creek. And again, for members of the committee who are new, we have 28 youth at the Long Creek facility. We have 179 staff members. So if you're interested in budget numbers, we should be talking about that and ringing that bell every day. So thank you.
Good one. Good one.
Thanks.
I have a few comments to make. First of all, thank you, Representative Warren. I was going to mention the Justice Reinvestment Group and the report. I want a quick answer from Jan. You mentioned there's a building down. I couldn't figure out where about programming. Which facility does not have the building that you referred to, that the construction or something?
Maine State Prison, the commissioner talked about in his report how they were building a new facility because I think they got some money from Doris Buffett's fund.
Okay, new facility at the prison or a new building, or I'm confused.
It's a new building. It's a new building. So that the old building, my understanding is the old building was taken down and they're building a new one, and it will provide more programming space.
I just want to add correction. It's really renovations of current structure. So.
Oh, okay, because I don't know of any old building at the state prison, so they were all built together. Thank you. Also, your comment, Joe, about parole, I probably would join you. I've been screaming for it also. It was abolished. Parole for the new members was abolished 45 years ago. Maine was the first state to abolish parole. And you were talking about the increase of prisoners. And I thought of in the 70s and the 80s, women weren't going to prison. And now they are. And the thinking in those days is the female had to stay home with their children. And that dramatically changed in the late 80s and 90s. And so that's why we have such a high population now of females. So, but it was a philosophy 40 years ago. So, so those are my comments. So I want to thank you. I think we've asked some good questions, and I'm sure we'll all see you again. So thank you again.
Well, thank you very much.
Okay. Moving right along. Well, we're only 20 minutes behind, not bad. Immigrant Legal Advocacy Project. Julia Brown.
There.
Where? Oh, there you are.
Hi.
Hi. Welcome.
Thank you. Good morning, Senator Deschambault, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Julia Brown. I'm the Director of Advocacy and Outreach at the Immigrant Legal Advocacy Project, or ILAP. We were founded in 1993, and our mission is to help low-income immigrants improve their legal status and to work for more just and humane immigration laws and policies. We are Maine's only statewide immigration legal services organization, and we have full-time offices in Portland and Lewiston, bi-monthly office hours in Millbridge and Washington County, consultations at Cumberland County Jail, and a regular presence across the state through our expanded Rural Maine project. We reach more than 3,000 people each year in all 16 Maine counties. In March of last year, we closed our Portland and Lewiston offices to the public following public health guidance related to the COVID-19 pandemic, but we are still doing our work remotely. ILAP provides a full range of immigration legal services to meet the needs of Maine's diverse immigrant communities. So this includes full representation for most complex cases, assistance navigating complicated immigration applications and forms, and consultations and limited representation for other issues. Because we are Maine's only comprehensive immigration legal aid organization, we are unable to meet the enormous need for immigration legal help across Maine. With this in mind, we focus our efforts on cases that help keep people safe from violence and persecution, help families stay together, and help Mainers achieve economic security through improved immigration status. Within these priorities, our top concern is clients who are unlikely to attain legal status on their own or who face severe consequences if their application is unsuccessful. In addition to our in-house work, we also have a large panel of asylum pro bono attorneys who volunteer their time to represent individuals in asylum cases. Last year, we expanded our pro bono work to include legal representation for immigrant children and youth through a new Immigrant Children's Project. And this project will increase access to legal representation for vulnerable immigrant children and youth across Maine. We've also created more self-help guides and client education materials, which are available on our website and in social media. And we have been offering virtual outreach to share important updates with Maine's immigrant communities and service providers. Immigration law is extremely complex and it is always changing, never more so than in the last 4 years. If you ever have any questions about immigration law or Maine's immigrant community, we encourage you to contact us. We are eager to help. You will certainly see me again this session because criminal justice issues greatly impact the immigrant community. Thank you.
Any questions? Representative Pluka.
Thank you for your presentation. I was wondering, are you seeing an increased demand for your services? And also, is there anything you feel the state government could do to help in the work that you're doing?
Sure, thanks for those questions. So we always see a high demand for services, especially with asylum. So because of the many families who have come here seeking asylum, we have developed a virtual asylum workshop series that we offer on our Facebook page once a week that will hopefully answer questions that those families have. And with regard to what state can do, we're looking for laws that basically decrease the interaction between the immigrant community and the criminal justice system. So that lowers the prison to deportation pipeline that we see, where even a minor or what seems like a minor conviction or arrest can greatly impact someone's immigration case. So really any laws that either take misdemeanors and make them violations or reduce general interaction between immigrant community and the police are laws that we are looking for.
Could I follow up, Madam Chair?
Go ahead. Yeah.
And what kind of cooperation do you see happening between our state police or local police and ICE, and how does that impact the immigrant community?
Sure. So we have certainly seen ICE being called to law enforcement stops, but we haven't seen any coordinated interaction. And so we are looking for that to decrease.
Thank you.
Thank you. Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. And Julia, thank you so much for being here. I served on the pro bono panel from 2007 to 2016. It was the greatest work I've ever done in my life, the most difficult. So I'm just grateful for your Skylab's existence in the state of Maine. I'm wondering if you could tell us about the work permit rule that went into place in 2020 in August. And do we think that's, which increased the amount of time at which someone could apply for a work permit? Is that likely to be changed shortly, or do you have any updates on that?
I'd be happy to update you, and thank you for your work on our panel. Without lawyers like you, we can't do what we do. So thank you. And so what Representative Morales is referring to is a rule that changed the amount of time someone who is applying for asylum must wait in order to get their work permit. So what we had seen before was that someone would come to the US, they would have a year to file their asylum application, and then once they file their asylum application, about 6 months after that, they could get a work permit. And so that's already a very long wait to work. What we saw last August was a new rule that extended that wait period to a full year, so 365 days, but it also bars a lot of people from ever getting a work permit. So if one of these situations applies to your case, then you will not be able to work at all. And so that's devastating to Maine, devastating to our families who are seeking asylum and are just trying to put food on the table. So President Biden is trying to reverse some of those asylum actions, including that rule. One issue is that it is a rule, a regulation, so it goes through notice and comment. So we haven't seen any new rule that would undo it. And so we're curious as to when that will change. So we're telling families not to count on it changing for a while, but there's also litigation going on and a court has already put a temporary injunction on it for some families. And so there's a way to get membership to an organization if you are seeking asylum, and then those rules won't apply to you. So that's what we're advising families to look into. So there are a number of avenues, including legislation, federal legislation, not state, unfortunately. Federal legislation could also change this, maybe more quickly than a regulation could. But thank you for that question.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'm interested in that, I have landlords who have contacted me who have immigrants and they get attached to them after a while, and they cannot understand why they can't go to work. So could you get a copy of that rule for me? I'd like to take a look at that, or at least pass that on to them. All right?
Absolutely, I would be happy to do that.
there was, the only time I worked with immigration in the prison was when the prisoner was going to be deported. Do you take on those cases or what?
So we do take cases in immigration court, which are defending against deportation. We often don't have detained cases where someone's in immigration detention because those facilities are not in Maine, so in New Hampshire and Massachusetts. Although sometimes we will if a client we have is detained already. So those tend to be taken by other organizations closer to those detention facilities.
Okay. For people who don't know, if there is a detainer, when the prisoners has completed their sentence, ICE comes and, like Julia said, it's probably New Hampshire or Pennsylvania or what have you, where they're detained until they have a hearing. So yeah, thank you very much. And if you've got a detainer in prison, you will never be minimum custody. You will never do release planning. So that's it. Thank you, Julia, very much. I appreciate this information.
Thank you so much.
Okay. We're doing well.
Senator,
Yeah.
Representative Morales she has her hand up.
Oh, you still have?
No, I'm sorry. I don't
Okay,
have my hand up
thank
anymore.
you.
Thank you.
Okay. Maine Coalition Against Sexual Assault. Elizabeth, hi. Elizabeth Ward-Saxel.
Hello, Madam Chairs, members of the committee, Jane, Deb. Thanks for providing me with the opportunity to be here with you today. My name is Elizabeth Ward-Saxel. I'm with the Maine Coalition Against Sexual Assault, better known as MICASA for those who want to use the lingo, where our mission is to end sexual violence and to support high quality prevention and response within Maine's communities. I'm grateful to have Jordan Henry with me today, who's our Systems Advocacy Coordinator, to help with my presentation. At the most basic, MICASA exists to help support Maine's sexual service victim service providers through bringing their issues and expertise here to you at the virtual State House, through providing them with training and tools, as well as funding their programming. Maine sexual assault service providers and children's advocacy centers exist to support survivors and those close to them on their path to healing, as well as to work together to end sexual violence. If you have not connected with your local sexual assault support center, I highly encourage you to do that. They would love to talk with you about their services and what they're seeing in the communities that you all also serve. For nearly 2 decades, I've started my presentation to your committee with the same routine, a routine which I worked hard to capture on PowerPoint today. I shared it with my family to double check that it was recognizable, and my husband guessed that it was Katahdin with clouds. My daughter thought it was an elf with a weird hat or possibly some kind of an island. From those conversations, I took that I probably should not quit my day job and that graphic design was not going to be in my future. But I have faith in you, the members of the committee, that you are sharper than my family. And so I will also admit that I did add at my daughter's suggestion an additional clue. I think it's important for this committee to understand that the vast, vast majority of survivors of sexual violence will not choose to go down the criminal justice path. And that's even more true for survivors of color, trans survivors, immigrant survivors. And sadly, when they do, only a very small number will come out the other side with a feeling that justice has been served. And so if I were in front of you today in your actual committee room, I would say, according to Muskie's Crime Victimization Survey, each year approximately 14,000 Mainers will be the victims of sexual violence. Only 6,000 to 7,000 will seek services from Maine sexual assault support centers. We know usually somewhere between 400 and 550 will report to law enforcement. And of that, then we go further up and it gets a little murkier. But from the prosecutor's data that I've reviewed over the years, the majority of those 500 reports will not result in prosecution, let alone in a guilty finding. And so the tip of the iceberg right? It's obviously an iceberg. Is everyone with me here? I guess the polar bear probably helped a little bit, but okay, fine. At the tip of the iceberg is the number of people who will end up on the sex offender registry. As many of those guilty pleas will result in pleas down to non-registrable offenses. So why does this matter? It's just a reminder that when in this committee we talk about the people who commit sex offenses, please note, I am not using the sex offender language. We also do not use that language. We are talking about a very small number who have been identified and those who are monitored the best. It's for those few survivors who choose to go down the criminal justice path that we continue to work with you and others to improve the criminal justice response. But it's for the majority that we seek to expand alternative paths to justice and healing. Part of that work has us focused on what restorative justice could look like in sexual assault cases, and I'd love to talk with you more about that at some point if you're interested. It's worth noting that the vast majority of our public policy work is by far also the smallest part of our work, though it is the most visible to you. For nearly 40 years, MICASA has worked to advise and assist this committee, the legislature, and the administration around policy issues related to sexual violence. We work on a range of subjects, including child sexual abuse, human trafficking and sexual exploitation, as well as sex offender management, elder sexual abuse, sexual harassment, and many other issues. When considering public policy, we place particular value on 3 elements. 1, the voices and experiences of victims and survivors in Maine. 2, the professional expertise of Maine sexual assault support centers. And 3, what the research tells us. Because we care about what the research tells us, we often come to positions that might, on the surface, seem counterintuitive based on the name of our organization. We have consistently opposed mandatory minimums. We more often than not have opposed increases in the classes of sexual offenses. We have worked to decriminalize or to remove offenses from the juvenile code that are related to sex offenses. We've opposed residency restrictions and the like for people who have committed sexual offenses. And if I might offer one piece of advice, don't trust your gut when crafting criminal justice policy. Often evidence-based practice, which reduces recidivism, it can be counterintuitive. As part of our public policy work, we often don't have enough information to craft good legislative remedies, and so we work with researchers to dig into complicated issues. Recent work includes the Rape Kit study, which you see here, as well as a study related to the commercial sexual exploitation of children, or CSEC. We are currently working with Muskie on looking at the use of deferred disposition in sexual violence cases, which may drive future work with this committee. We also produce a year-end legislative report, which covers all the bills that are most related to sexual violence and which is used by many of our statewide partners. If you're interested in some really light and lovely reading, there's more than a decade's worth of those reports available on our website, which I'm sure you will enjoy. We also produce a more tailored version of our legislative report for victim service providers, which we call Implications for Advocates. And that focuses on the work that you've done around these issues and how those laws might impact their work on the ground and how they might use those laws. I know some of you are familiar with the part of our public policy work that has me sitting in the back corner of your committee room, my favorite spot by far. But the bulk of the work in public policy is not at the State House, virtual or otherwise, but rather at a range of boards, commissions, or working groups. This is just a partial list of the groups on which our staff sits. The majority of the work done by MICASA staff is related to providing training, technical assistance, and tools for our partners and providers. While we do a wide range of work in many disciplines, for example, we have extensive programming that's in collaboration with the Maine Department of Education, most of what I'll share today is connected in some way with the scope of the work of this committee. MICASA develops and facilitates a wide range of statewide training related to sexual violence and human trafficking for statewide partners. We provide trainings on sexual assault for all new corrections staff in partnership with the Maine Criminal Justice Academy and the Maine Department of Corrections, and support sexual assault support providers to offer these trainings for their local jail partners. This training helps prepare corrections staff to respond to incidents of sexual violence that happen in the facility and to approach incarcerated people experiencing trauma reactions with humility and care. MICASA also trains all new DHHS child protective caseworkers on the dynamics of commercial sexual exploitation of children and accessing the network of Maine's children's advocacy centers. These trainings prepare caseworkers to identify child sex trafficking amongst the children with whom they work and to know the steps that they can and must take to intervene. We also coordinate the sexual violence component of the basic law enforcement training program at MCJA and are working to create a plan for continued facilitation for that model. We also work with the Academy on a wide range of more advanced trainings, from minimal facts interviews to implicit bias training. We provide training to all of Maine sexual assaults forensic examiners, or SAPEs.
Hey, Scott, how are you?
In the state to provide them, help provide.
No, I just saw your call.
Senator Lawrence,
Which one is that?
we're gonna mute you.
Let's see, forensic examiners in the state to help them better understand the dynamics of sexual violence and how they can connect patients and with advocates during their exams. Also, MICASA, in partnership with Preble Street and the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence, coordinates Maine's statewide human trafficking identification and response training. We train human trafficking multidisciplinary teams around the state on how to use this shared curriculum to in turn train their communities to build awareness of human trafficking and to promote a human rights-based approach to this crime. MICASA often also offers this training to any of our statewide partners. We also add value to the work of the sexual assault support centers across the state, the children's advocacy centers, and other statewide partners. The slide, which we may or may not be able to get on right now, provides a sample of the kinds of technical assistance questions that we responded to in the last fiscal year. And I find this scope just really helpful in understanding the kind of work that we do on behalf of providers and partners. And we may or may not be able to bring it up. Oh, there it is. All right, cool. Give you a minute to look through all that business. Maine sexual violence victim service providers are small nonprofit agencies working in an increasingly difficult funding environment. As a result, we make every effort to think about what services and products might make sense to create once through the coalition, as opposed to several times across the state. We create a wide range of tools to help support the work of our providers and partners. Of particular relevance to this committee are all the resources related to the Prison Rape Elimination Act, or PREA, from the posters that hang in Maine's correctional facilities to the videos used to explain the rights of survivors. And finally, I want to highlight two of MICASA's programs. Our work is complex and multifaceted, and we often have a hard time trying to determine what constitutes a program. So my quick math is that if it has its own website, it's a program, which I'm not sure all my staff agree with. But in any case, these two things definitely have websites, and so they're definitely programs. The first is the Maine Network of Children's Advocacy Centers, which promotes the development, growth, and utilization of CACs and MDTs to effectively respond to Maine's sexually abused children and their families. Maine currently has CACs covering all but 2 counties, 4 of which are nationally accredited, and the others which are on the path to accreditation. The counties currently without a CAC, Washington and Hancock, will have one that will open later this year in Machias. Last fiscal year, Maine's Children's Advocacy Centers conducted over 1,000 forensic interviews with children suspected of being sexually abused and provided nearly 2,000 hours of family support and advocacy. So the way I like to describe CACs is that before the CAC, if a kid made a disclosure of sexual abuse or there was a suspicion of sexual abuse, that teacher in the school might go and ask, have a conversation with the kid about sexual abuse. And then often the kid would be referred over to a guidance counselor and the kid would have to make the disclosure again. Ultimately, the guidance counselor and the vice principal might make a decision to make a mandated report to DHHS. A child protective worker is then going to come in and interview that same kid. And then ultimately, there may be a report that's made to law enforcement as a result of that. The law enforcement officer is going to interview that kid. And then the DA is going to come in and say, well, law enforcement did an okay job, but actually we've got a couple of additional questions that we really need the kid to answer. So by this time, a kid who is the victim of complex trauma has been re-traumatized again and again and again, retelling their story to adults who are strangers. So obviously there's the issue of trauma, and additional there are evidentiary issues. With kids, the story may change very slightly from one time to the next, and that's going to cause issues down the way. So now what happens in all of our counties, including the ones that don't currently have the CAC, is that when that disclosure is made, when the report's made to CPS, they contact the Children's Advocacy Center. The Children's Advocacy Center gets the whole MDT together, including all those parties and more that I mentioned before. They do one single forensic interview with a highly trained, specially trained for children, forensic interviewer. And that person is using all the questions from law enforcement and CPS, and often is being fed additional questions during the process. And this is all happening in a child-friendly setting, where in addition, there are services being offered to the non-offending caregiver to help support that family. And incidentally, or not incidentally, the non-offending caregiver often has their own history of sexual abuse. And so often this is raising those issues as well. So we make sure that that non-offending caregiver gets those additional services. The network has supported CACs in maintaining a safe environment for staff and children of non-offending caregivers during COVID. They have continued to do interviews in most of the areas, and we've provided PPEs and technical assistance and statewide advocacy for them. Additionally, the program has coordinated the first of a series of implicit bias trainings for CACs and MDTs across the state. We're partnering with MindBridge, a local organization who specializes in training and education around the neurobiological roots of implicit bias to offer a really nuanced understanding and mitigation techniques. The training is really crucial for all the professionals who are supporting these kids and non-offending caregivers during the investigation of alleged sexual abuse, because we know implicit bias can lead to a lower quality investigation, fewer referrals, and connection to resources, as well as fostering an unwelcome environment. The second program I wanted to highlight is focused on sex trafficking. Maine's anti-human trafficking efforts are all part of our program, the Maine Sex Trafficking and Exploitation Network, or MaineSTEN, whose focus is on developing training, policy solutions, and best practices to support direct service providers and multidisciplinary teams to respond to trafficking. Some of the key projects under MaineSTEN include our statewide trafficking training curriculum, which I mentioned before, trafficking outreach materials for statewide use, and a statewide provider council, which helps set priorities and develop resources for more effective provision of victim services for those victims and those at risk of being trafficked. MaineSTEN also houses the Maine Human Trafficking Survivors Fund, which in fiscal 20 served 106 unique survivors of human trafficking and sexual exploitation and met 142 emergency needs. I plan to go on and talk a little bit about the things that we think are of interest in front of your committee, but I know you all are a little short on time, so I want to just see if maybe folks have questions or if you want me to go that way or not.
Thank you. I wanted to touch on what you said, Elizabeth, about when a child discloses to a teacher or a guidance counselor. My experience has been, because I worked with the police department, the school resource officer at some point is brought in and a determination is made if the alleged perpetrator is a family member. And at some point, I'm gonna fast forward this, if it's the dad or grandpa who lives at home, the mother is brought in and is told what the allegations are. And that's why the school resource officer is so valuable, because, you know, there might be a problem with dad, but the child does not go back home, even while they're investigating. Am I correct? That's been my experience.
Yeah, I mean, I think that was the experience. What we know is SROs are really not trained to do this kind of investigation. And so today, the more common practice is that SRO is going to make sure that that referral goes straight to the CAC. And that's actually one of our focuses is on training people with the minimal facts approach, which is you get just enough information to keep that kid safe in the interim and enough information to make the report and no more information. But you find a way during those conversations to still feel supportive, you know, to the kid, not like, oh, I don't need any more information. Don't give me any more information, right? And so we're focused on that with CPS, with law enforcement, and increasingly with school personnel too. So, you know, if we had more resources, we'd definitely be spending a lot more time with school personnel on these issues.
Yes, I thank you for correcting me. I did not intend that the school resource officer plays an active role in interviewing or anything. It's a support, and I heard good things from teachers that it's there. So
yeah, and on the subject of SROs, I would just say, you know, I'm really proud of some of the work that the Academy is beginning to do to implement the recommendations of the Muskie report around SROs to ensure that there's standardized training, that standardized certification, that, you know, there are really some more parameters around SROs. And I'm sure this committee is going to learn a lot more about that in the future.
Thank you. Representative Recca?
Yes, Elizabeth, I just have a question. Is it you or someone else on your staff who is I would contact if I wanted to talk to somebody about the STEM piece?
I can make a warm handoff, Representative Reckitt.
Okay.
And I know we're interested in you know, in your bill this session.
Yeah. All right. Thanks.
Yep. I'll follow up.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want additional information about bills before you? I think I've got 3 on my list, or does it feel like that should wait for another juncture?
Oh, yeah. You'll be testifying, I'm sure.
Great.
Yep. Thank you again. You do a good job in giving us an overview. Elizabeth's another one who probably has a chair with her name on it. So she's always there, and she is very helpful with bill development and amendments. I know for a fact. Thank you. Okay.
All right.
Again,
thank you,
Elizabeth.
Thank you for the opportunity.
Okay. Next is the Maine Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services. The executive director is Mallory Shaughnessy, and we see her often also.
Yep.
Welcome.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety, and Jane and Deb. My name is Mallory Shaughnessy, and I'm the executive director of the Alliance for Addiction and Mental Health Services and a resident of Westbrook. With over 30 members, the Alliance is the statewide association of Maine's licensed safety net community-based mental health and substance use treatment agencies, working mostly with Maine Care and the uninsured. Our member agencies employ nearly 6,000 Maine people who in 2020 provided treatment and services to nearly 100,000 Maine men, women, and children. The Alliance advocates for implementation of policies and practices that serve to enhance the quality and the effectiveness of our behavioral healthcare system. And I did send over to Deb a one-page description of our organization for your files or reference. Our mission is to advance treatment and recovery-oriented systems of care for Mainers experiencing mental health and substance use challenges through advocacy, leadership, collaboration, and professional development. And our vision is that at some time in the hopefully nearer future than later, the behavioral health care needs of all Mainers will be met with the highest quality and most compassionate care available in the most appropriate environment. The Alliance, as I think some of the other groups before you, participates in many boards and commissions to bring our perspective and experience to the table. Some ad hoc work groups, such as the Juvenile Justice Task Force, you've seen reports from the Working Group on Mental Health, and some long-term state-appointed committees, such as the Substance Use Disorder Services Commission, the Quality Improvement Council. And I personally, for purposes of Zooming, let you know, I live in a 4th-generation growing farm homestead, and working from home in this age of COVID may sometimes experience Zoom bombing by my grandchildren or background noises in various rooms. Just to let you know in advance, if that were to happen, accept my apologies. But in the spring, I may also Zoom in from the field out there and let you see all the new baby goats, which is always a thrill. It'll definitely put a smile on your face. But you may see me before you at times in relation to bills impacting that intersection of corrections and law enforcement with the issues and needs of those with mental health and substance use challenges. We all know there are huge intersections. You've heard today from several advocacy groups that are working on these same issues from various angles, reentry, diversion, programming, etc. We are working to stabilize and enhance that safety net service network for mental health and substance use treatment and recovery. And as you no doubt know, the pandemic has really put increased demands on this safety net that was already quite frayed and strained. There are going to be many bills this session on diversion, harm reduction, treatment in lieu of punishment. There are many bills that put more resources into our community-based services and programs and improve these services. I would call on you to review and support these as well. Representative Warren, I think, has stepped away for a minute, but she did reference earlier some of the money the Office of Child and Family Services was looking to give back to the general fund rather than repurposing it into the community-based services for youth. I thank her for highlighting that, and I would urge you for your support on any efforts of that nature. We spend far too much of our limited resources at that deep end of the pool, with both adults and youth ending up in our jails and our prisons. And you know, these are the issues that you see day in and day out, instead of at the shallower end when we could provide prevention or treatment to avoid involvement with law enforcement or incarceration and actually get far better outcomes for our investments. So know that I will be before you on these issues, bringing some of the information from the field to you. And you can call me at any time to provide feedback or information of impacts, proposed legislation that comes before you, and issues revolving around the behavioral health safety net in Maine. And I look forward to working with you all this session, however that works, through Zooming or whatever else we end up doing.
Very good.
For that, I will end. I know you're backed up on time.
Well,
I'm happy to answer any questions.
I would like to have from you, Mallory, if you could give us or send it to our clerk, your contact information.
Oh, sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I believe it's on the one pager that I handed out, but I'll make sure she has that to share with you. Yep.
Okay, thank you. Thank you very much. Any questions of Ms. Shaughnessy? I think people are hungry. Okay.
I know. It's keeping you between you and lunch, and you're running a little over, so.
Senator Representative Pickett had a question.
Oh, there he is. Yep. Representative Pickett.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I'd be remiss if I didn't say good morning to Mallory. So I talk to her often on the SUDS Commission. Thank you.
Yes, and thank you very much for being there. All right, looks like you're done with me, so I will head out. And please call on me at any time for any questions.
Thank you, Mallory. Senator, you're on mute.
Thank you. Did you do that? No. We are on time. I know people are worried about lunch. We are on time. We have 2 groups left. And Hopefully we'll be done a little before 1, because at 1:30, and I'm thinking especially of the people that are at the State House who have to go down to the CAF. So let's go on with the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence, and that is the Director Francine Stock and Attorney Andrea Mancuso, Public Policy Director. Is Francine? There you are. Oh, I see Andrea.
Yeah. Good afternoon, Senator. Francine
Oh,
actually
sure.
is not going to be here today,
Okay.
sadly. Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the committee. Thanks so much for having us here to talk to you today about the work of the Maine Coalition to End Domestic Violence and our member programs. I'm Andrea Mancuso. I'm the Public Policy Director with MCEDV, and I'm joined today by my colleague Karen Wyman, who is our Violence Prevention and Intervention Coordinator. So I'm going to start by giving you just a little bit of an overview about MCEDV and the member programs and what we do. MCEDV was founded in 1977. We exist to support and represent our membership, which includes the 8 domestic violence resource centers that serve Maine's public health district, as well as the Immigrant Resource Center of Maine, which provides culturally specific services to survivors, both independently and in collaboration with the regional domestic violence resource centers. Combined, these organizations provided services in 2020 to more than 12,000 survivors in Maine. I believe you all received our statewide map, which shows where all of the resource centers are located around the state. On any given day, advocates in this network of providers serve approximately 500 survivors. Many of the staff within our membership are also survivors themselves and help to inform our public policy. If you're not familiar with your local resource center, I would really encourage you to reach out to learn more about the work happening and the services available in your communities. While people frequently think of domestic violence shelters as the core of our work, and the resource centers do operate 11 of the emergency shelters throughout Maine, less than 5% of the survivors we serve every year actually come into shelter. In addition to shelter and our 24-hour helpline, the domestic violence resource centers in Maine provide a fairly broad range of advocacy services. This includes advocates who are acting as liaisons within Child Protective Services. They provide specialized assistance to families in the child welfare system, as well as training for both child welfare staff and advocates within their own resource centers. And about 2,200 survivors, protective parents were served by this resource last year. It includes advocates who help survivors navigate systems and access critical resources like public assistance programs and housing assistance, two things that are often integral in that immediate post-separation period. We have prevention programming and intervention services for youth. We're in schools, working with Job Corps on college and university campuses across the state. We also have a number of advocates who assist survivors in navigating our justice systems, both civil and criminal. These are advocates who receive referrals directly from law enforcement and will then initiate contact with survivors. When appropriate, they'll also accompany law enforcement officers on that 48-hour follow-up visit. These advocates serve as a pretty integral component of Maine's criminal justice response to domestic abuse and violence. On the civil side, Maine's courts see between 5,000 and 6,000 protection from abuse filings every year, and advocates from our resource centers, you'll see them in district courts across Maine, assisting survivors at every stage of that process, from the filing straight through to the final hearing, and sometimes on any modifications that are necessary. Because we know that we're never really going to end the problem until our communities better understand it and are well poised to improve and intervene when domestic abuse and violence are present, and when our culture is transformed into one where domestic abuse and violence are behaviors that no one feels entitled to. Our member programs also spend countless hours every year providing training and technical assistance in all communities across Maine. You have a copy of our annual report from 2020, which provides much more detail about our services and also speaks a little bit to the impact that this last year has had on survivors. As Mallory noted, the safety net really was quite tested, and survivors have really felt that quite acutely. Because this is work that can really only succeed through collaboration over the long term, We in our network of providers also sit at many tables across the state to inform practice and interventions that take seriously the risk posed by those who use abuse and violence, and also to try and address the barriers that exist to survivor safety. Some of these include the Maine Commission on Domestic and Sexual Abuse. I know you heard from Lucia Hunt earlier this morning. MCEDV's work there currently includes leading a broad multidisciplinary subgroup of the commission on enhancing the state's response around firearms relinquishment, sort of working within the existing structure of law to make sure that those who are already prohibited actually have their firearms removed. That's a 2-year project, and we're about halfway through. You also heard, I think, from Lucia this morning about our effort to reorganize the protection from abuse statute to try and improve accessibility. That's a particular piece of legislation that will be entertained by the 130th. We also sit on the Domestic Abuse Homicide Review Panel. Approximately half of Maine's homicides every year continue to be the result of domestic violence. And any day now, the biennial report will be issued. And this one will not only speak to the 2018 and 2019 cases that were reviewed by the panel, but will also include a look back over the 20-year existence of the panel on the totality of the case reviews and recommendations from across the last 2 decades. Our executive director also co-chairs Maine's independent panel to review the use of deadly force by law enforcement. Child-focused efforts, because we know that domestic abuse and violence does have a substantial impact on children. We work with the Child Death and Serious Injury Panel, the Child Welfare Advisory Panel, and Maine's Justice for Children Task Force. As we look to elder abuse, we're involved with the Maine Council on Elder Abuse Prevention and the Elder Justice Coordinating Partnership. And you heard a little bit from Elizabeth Ward-Saxel around Maine Sex Trafficking and Exploitation Network. Safe Voices, which is the Domestic Violence Resource Center in Franklin, Oxford, and Androscoggin counties, operates a shelter specifically for survivors of sex trafficking. That's one of our 11 shelters that our network of program providers operates. We're also called upon to inform on ad hoc projects. Hopefully soon you'll see an impressive piece of work from the Muskie School on deferred disposition and recidivism. That is a great piece of research that they've done. It provides some really good data on the impact of deferred disposition in domestic violence cases in particular. Civil and criminal justice systems are really important resources for survivors of domestic abuse. And that's true only if they hold perpetrators appropriately accountable for their behavior. Over the last many years, leaders from across Maine's 3 branches of government have collaborated with us quite intentionally to ensure Maine has one of the most robust criminal code responses to domestic violence in the country, and we really believe it does. That said, I would note that only about 50% of those experiencing domestic abuse and violence will ever engage with the criminal justice system. And added to that, while some who commit domestic abuse and violence do spend time in jail or in prison, the vast majority of those who use abuse and violence live in our communities and are present in the lives of those that they've harmed and continue to harm. So much of our work is risk assessment, risk management, and safety planning. Given that reality, our criminal justice system does include providing opportunities for offenders to take steps to change their beliefs and behaviors to the benefit of those they've harmed and to themselves. This committee has taken a leadership role over the last 10 years in the evolution of Maine's certified batterer intervention programs. Both men and women's groups are now offered in most regions of the state by either the Domestic Violence Resource Center or by a community provider that works collaboratively with the Resource Center. Later this week, we'll be back in front of you with colleagues from the Maine Department of Corrections to talk more about the work we've done together around that effort and about what we see as necessary to further implement that work. You'll hear from us this session on a broad array of bills that have been introduced that intersect with our work and are likely to impact survivors. Whenever you consider modification to the criminal laws around domestic violence or consequences for violating those laws, how law enforcement responds to an immediate crisis, privacy and confidentiality issues, we hope that you will see us and our member programs as partners in and resources for those conversations. So again, thank you for having us in today, and Karen and I are happy to answer any questions you might have.
Representative Reckett?
Nice to see you, Andrea,
You too.
and to meet Karen, who I don't believe I've ever met. My question for you is about the Muskie report on deferred disposition. Did you say that was coming out or has already come out, or was?
I believe it is in the final stages before being released. When last we checked in, we got a lovely, we worked with them on sort of the development of some of the pieces and got a sneak peek at some of the research. And I think it'll be very relevant for this committee when it comes out.
Yeah. And will you make sure it gets to us somehow, or could you tell Muskie that we want to see it or whatever?
Absolutely.
It's an issue I've been interested in for years, and I think it would be very helpful to see the research. Thank you.
Will do.
Yes, Representative Morales.
Yes, thank you. Thank you, Andrea, so much for this. It's so shocking to hear these numbers. And I know they've been like this for a really long time and we're doing good comparatively, but that 1 in 6 women will experience sexual violence. That's like 2 or 3 of us here on this call, right?
Mm-hmm.
And I know it's not only, men who are perpetrators, there are women as well, but it's largely male. And I keep thinking, what can we do? And I think about our young people and how, today, it's different from when we were growing up. You couldn't be a different kind of girl. You had to be one kind of girl. But today you can be any kind of girl. You could be a girl who loves sports, who doesn't like dresses. But I realize I have 3 children, 2 of which are boys, and I'm experiencing them through schools. You still can't be a different kind of boy. You really can't, without feeling that impact from your peers, that you are different, you aren't strong, you cry, you this or that. And so I just put this out there that there's an organization that I love, but I don't know to what extent you work with them, Maine Boys to Men, working with organizations to work with children, and what can we do about that? I'm just putting this out there. Thank you.
I think you're absolutely right. It requires cultural transformation. And I would welcome Karen, who does our prevention and intervention work, to speak to collaborations and any of the work.
Yeah, thanks, Andrea. And thank you for the question, Representative Morales. I think that really gets at the heart of it. Is like, how do we change our communities so that no one feels entitled to treat other people in this way, and there's a clear message of accountability and safety at every juncture. I can't speak to a specific collaboration with Maine Boys to Men, but I agree with you about the value of their work. And all of the domestic violence resource centers have prevention educators who are going out into their communities, or going out into communities virtually now, and joining schools to raise awareness, to talk about what healthy relationships look like. And they include in that some analysis of those expectations that you're talking about. Many of them talk about getting outside of the man box and really creating more expansive possibilities for both young girls and boys, and folks who identify in other ways, to be their full selves. So I think that work is some of the most exciting work that we're engaged in.
It's great. Thank you.
Sure.
Anyone else have any questions? Again, thank you. Thank you all very much.
Thank you.
All right. Moving right along, our last one for this morning, and we are on time. NAMI with Hannah Longley, of the Director of Community Programs. Hannah, are you with us?
She's just coming in.
Just coming in. Well, we are 7 minutes early. Good, good. Hi, Anna. You ran probably so you can catch your breath. We ended a little earlier before, so you are on. So, yeah.
And I'm all that stands between everyone and their lunch break. So
yeah, I'm sorry about that, but that's true. Thank you.
We're making some good time there. So you guys should get a nice long lunch break, hopefully, if I talk fast enough.
Okay.
So good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to be here this afternoon to introduce myself. My name is Hannah Longley. I'm the Director of Community Programs with NAMI Maine, and I'm also a licensed clinical social worker. I have been working in the mental health field here in Maine for close to 20 years in various roles. Senator Searway and I actually have gotten to work collaboratively while he was in law enforcement and I was working in crisis services. I have enjoyed hearing everyone clarify how much of a Mainer they are as they present to this committee. And I'm proud to say I was born and raised here in the state of Maine. I did leave the state to attend school out of the state, but I returned to Maine after my graduation and was committed to working to support the 1 in 4 Mainers who experience a mental health challenge every year. NAMI Maine is the state chapter of the national, or NAMI National. NAMI National was actually founded in the 1970s by mothers who had adult children living with severe and persistent mental illness. What was initially founded to support mothers who are frustrated with the lack of support, education, and advocacy around their children has grown into the largest grassroots organization in the nation. The main chapter of NAMI was founded in the 1980s and has grown to be one of the largest NAMI chapters nationally. In my role within NAMI, I have worked to implement the CIT, the Crisis Intervention Teams program, throughout the state of Maine. CIT is recognized as being the gold standard of collaborative community response to individuals experiencing a mental health challenge or crisis, with the goal of diverting individuals from the criminal justice system or from other higher levels of care, reducing injuries to the individuals in crisis and the officers, and supporting a multi-system approach in supporting a community response. In my years working in the mental health field, I've seen significant stigma that's been attached to mental health, which includes a false belief that individuals with mental health challenges pose a greater risk to the public. Research has indicated that an individual with a severe and persistent mental illness is 11 times more likely to be the victim of a crime than they are to perpetrate a crime. It's also been found that if mental illness were to be eliminated from the violent crimes rates in this nation, it would only reduce the numbers by 3 to 4%. Despite the statistics regarding the small percentage of individuals who experience a mental health challenge and demonstrate criminal behavior, we are seeing more and more involvement with law enforcement and the criminal justice system and responding to and faced with managing the mental health crisis in our state. Nationally, we are seeing that the county jails are becoming the largest providers of mental health services in most states, and Maine is included in that. And although our county and municipal law enforcement departments try their best, they are not equipped to be working on the front lines in the mental health crisis without the appropriate resources and partners. The data tells us that once an individual with a mental health challenge is arrested and incarcerated, they will serve 3 times longer periods of incarceration than an individual who committed the same crime with no mental health challenge. Because of this, NAMI Maine seeks to support legislation and system change within the committee that provides additional resources and training for law enforcement and first responders who are responding to the many crisis calls and concerns that are occurring across our state. We also know with the pandemic, they are seeing an increase in their numbers as well. NAMI Maine works to support the implementation of best practice programs and ensure that those who are being called to respond are trained and equipped appropriately and that there are resources to support them as they move forward. NAMI Maine is here as a resource to support members of the committee with any questions that may arise regarding any mental health, anything mental health related. We're also here to advocate for the individuals who are struggling with their mental health and who may come in contact with our first responders and ensure that mental health challenges are not further stigmatized or criminalized. We are also here to support the mental well-being of the first responders themselves, as we know they're facing an uphill battle and overwhelming tasks. The more we can support their well-being, the more positive outcomes we'll see in our communities, as well as addressing many of the retention concerns that currently exist. Thank you so much for your time, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Great. Anyone have any questions? Nami? It won't be the last time we see Hannah or Jenna, I guess, or anybody else. And thank you. Thank you very much.
Enjoy your lunch breaks then.
Okay. Well, yeah, we love that. Okay. We'll see you again for sure. Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. All right, people. We are very much on time, and so therefore we will break for lunch. Now, the people who are at the State House, we're due to come back at 1:30. That should be.
That's fine.
You people.
That's fine. That should be
You're
fine.
welcome, Representative Costain. Okay, so we will break for lunch and see you at 1:30. I forget, what is it that we're supposed to do or not do in leaving?
Just mute yourself and turn off your camera.
Just the camera?
And mute.
And mute. Okay, thank you. Bye-bye.
Welcome. The committee's on break. They'll be back at 1:30. Just to let you know, we're still live on YouTube. So if you don't want to be on there, you can turn your camera off for now until the committee resumes.
Deb, I'm having trouble trying to get the whole, whoops. Deb, I'm having together in my, okay, view. I've got gallery review and it didn't full screen, no. Huh. Wait a minute.
I think I missed part of your question, Senator.
I'm trying to get everybody. maybe not everybody's on just yet, right?
They're not, yeah.
Okay,
It's-
thank you.
They're just coming back.
Okay. That went pretty well today. This morning, long.
A guest, a special guest.
Oh my God. What's the name of the little guy? Or gal?
Help me. Can he join our caucus,
Oh,
our meeting?
What's his name?
I vote yes.
His name is Skeet, S-K-E-E-T.
Oh my God.
And he needs constant reassurance and affection about 5 hours of the day, and then he
Yeah.
sleeps the rest of the day.
My brother has one like that. How old is he?
He's about 2 years old.
Oh, wow. Oh,
Yeah, and he's a cross between an American Bulldog and a Labrador. They call it a Bullador.
oh, I love him.
Yeah, but he's a licker and a jumper.
Yeah. Wouldn't it be great if we had people bring in their dogs one day?
You could have everybody introduce all their pets.
I know.
Yeah, I bring my cat in, and your dogs, if they're any small size at all, are history.
Oh, yeah?
Because he has fangs like you would not believe.
Oh, yeah.
And he doesn't like dogs. So
what kind of cat?
well, it's a black cat. And that's
Solid
all I
black?
Black cat, yeah, all black, long hair cat. Yeah.
Mine is a black cat. It's a Bombay. Yeah.
Yeah, I have no clue what mine is because it was the bastard of another cat in the. I mean, that's I mean, that word is. I mean, that's exactly what he is. You know, so I don't know any other way to explain him. Father unknown, mother is known. Was our grandson's cat. So.
We have a black cat too, Deb, and he's black as night and very dark eyes. And you take pictures of him, and his eyes almost never show up.
Huh.
We call him Houdini because he slips in and out of the room or the house very, very quietly.
Yeah, ours is an outdoor cat, and boy, he's not happy right now because he wants to be outside, but it's darn cold. You know? Right. So he goes out anyway, but he doesn't stay out like he usually does. He's he is thankfully coming back. But I whistle to him like a dog, and that's and he comes. So I'll take it. But when I was staying up in Augusta, he bonded with my wife, and so I'm sort of the secondary person on this cat because he's really bonded to Lynn, not me. So it's but
cats are very, very funny. They're very particular.
Yeah.
You know, I'm more of a dog person, but my wife came with 2 cats.
Mm-hmm.
So, and then somehow she got me up to 4 cats. And I'm allergic to cats.
Oh, great. My next door neighbor is
20 years with 4 cats. And then finally, they all lived about 20 years. And then finally, the last one died. And I said, enough cats, we're getting a dog. And then the very next Christmas, my youngest daughter came home with a black cat for my wife.
Oh,
unannounced.
I don't know. Life's crazy.
So I'm stuck.
I was talking, by the way, Charlotte and Senator DeChambeau with IT in this break period because my email is still screwed up, most particularly screwed up from criminal justice. Not judiciary seems to be straightening out. I'm not sure how. But so anyway, so they got some, I might have to pop off because they've got some thinker going to call me back to see if we can figure out what the hell's wrong with my email. So. Where am I on the screen? That's the other question.
Your
I realized
camera's off.
I was talking to you and I had my mute on. I was saying, I hope they get that figured out for you.
Yeah, me too. You cannot start your video because the co-host has now asked me to start my video. Okay, you can't start it because the host stopped it. Okay.
Now you're back. You're
I'm
back.
in my astronomical
Hi, Sheriff Morton. Welcome.
Hi, Sheriff.
Good afternoon, everyone.
We're gonna wait people, especially the ones that ate in the cafeteria, to come on up. Shouldn't be long.
Senator, they're on their way.
Okay.
Has anybody else filled out their financial disclosure form?
Yep.
How the heck did you get to it online?
My 36-year-old son.
Okay. I just called ethics to try to, I said, listen, get this thing and try it yourself because
No.
I can't do it.
No, I totally agree. I couldn't even figure out the instructions. So
Well, I don't think they were right. But anyway, no, I spent half
native
an hour and then
millennial.
I said, no, I throw up my hands. So I'm now trying to get somebody else to try it. So
As a native millennial, I'm happy to, offer my tech service support to anybody.
okay, having left a request somewhere else, if that one doesn't pan out, I'll be getting back to you.
Lois, once you get in, it's simple. If nothing's changed from 2019, you just click that box and it'll go.
Yeah. So, I just can't get into it. I mean, well, I did accidentally get into the 2019 report, but then I couldn't change it or file it or anything. So it was just so frustrating. I recruited my wife, who usually saves me in these circumstances, but even she was defeated. So,
Representative Warren, do you think more people are coming in? Is that all we have, what I'm seeing?
I'm sure folks are on their way.
Yep.
Are we still live streaming?
Yes.
Thank you.
I'm here, Senator Shambo. I'm just trying to put my video off to get work done until the last moment that everyone's on. So I'll pop back on with my video. Thank you.
So Lois, when are those forms due?
Well, I think it's in a couple of weeks.
The 15th? Yeah, that's what I thought.
16th. It's due on the 16th. So I told the person who's trying to help me in ethics that I said it's not a crisis, but it will be if we don't solve it in a week or 10 days. So.
Senator, we're all back now.
What's that?
We're all back that are here in the committee room. They're
great.
getting on now, but they're all set.
Thank you.
Well, we did very well this morning, and we're going to do just as well, if not better, this afternoon. So, Sheriff Morton, do you want us to introduce some of the members, because you come often too?
That would be great. I see a lot of very familiar faces.
Yep.
And so, but if you do a quick introduction, I'd appreciate it. That's up.
Okay, there are new members, so I'll begin with Representative Pluka.
Hi, I'm Bill Fluker from House District 95, Warren, Hope, Appleton, and part of Union.
And Representative Lookner.
Yeah, hi, Representative Grayson Lookner here in Portland, neighborhoods of Stroudwater, Libbytown, Nason's Corner, and Rosemont.
Representative Rednicki.
Hi, I'm Shelley Rudnicki from House District 108, which is Fairfield, Mercer, and Smithfield.
And Representative Newman.
All right, Dan Newman, House District 76, Belgrade, Rome, Mount Vernon, Fayette, Vienna, and Wayne.
And the rest are old friends, right? Okay. All right, so this afternoon we begin with the Maine Sheriff's Association. Sheriff Troy Morton, the Sheriff of Penobscot County, is the president of that association. And I see Mary Ann, who's another person. I think Troy will admit that she pretty much runs that right there, that association. So I'll turn it over to you, Sheriff Morton.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate the opportunity. It's good to see you all. It's been a
very challenging year, and as like most of you, we're figuring out the Zoom system here, but I think it's all going to work out just fine. So good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and distinguished members of the Joint Standing Committee on Criminal Justice and Public Safety. My name is Troy Morton, and I am the Sheriff of Penobscot County, also the President of the Maine Sheriff's Association. As already mentioned, I'd also like to introduce Maine Sheriff's Association Executive Director, Marianne Lamar. Most of you know Marianne. She's been with us for some time and just absolutely amazing. Before I go on, I do want to take just a moment to acknowledge tomorrow's snowstorm. You know, while at times our state can be divided on certain issues, but one thing's for certain, that Maine has truly come together during times like this. And I know that Mainers will do it again tomorrow. So I hope that we're all looking out for each other, and particularly looking out for those that are vulnerable during snowstorms and other events like that. And I know as Mainers will come together. The Maine Sheriff's Association is a membership organization that includes all of Maine's 16 sheriffs. We hold monthly membership meetings, and our Legislative Policy Committee meets weekly when legislature is in session. In Maine, the sheriffs are not only oversee all county jail operations, civil service departments, but we maintain robust law enforcement operations that ensure safety in our counties. As mostly rural state, this means that many of our officers serve and protect vast geographical areas with limited resources. We work closely with other law enforcement stakeholders, and our collective efforts have resulted in multiple news sources identifying Maine as one of the safest states in the country. We are proud of this designation and endeavor to ensure that Maine citizens receive the same level of professionalism regardless of race, age, gender, or lifestyle. It is important that members of this committee are knowledgeable about the profound changes that have been implemented across Maine's county correctional facilities in recent years. We struggle with the misconception that we are simply warehousing for incarcerated individuals. We have been aggressive in our efforts to provide progressive programming for citizens who find themselves in our jails. We have been leaders in identifying national best practices and providing these services to our inmates, and we continue to look for ways to provide services and support our communities. We recognize that much of these successes trace back to work that this committee, and we are grateful for the ongoing support and collaboration. Over the years, the Maine sheriffs have worked closely on a number of bills that gained attention. Notably, we worked to defeat a bill last session that was designed to give county commissioners the ability to remove a sheriff from office. Our objection was to the process, not the concept. To illustrate this point, we worked collaboratively as sheriffs to design a process that was viable and transparent. We sought out the previous bill's sponsors to work together to agree on language that she could support. We are proud of the end result and hope it reflects in our willingness to identify the areas in which we can do better and lead the efforts to implement change. The final discussion point of today's MSA orientation pertains to a bill that will be heard by this committee. Jail funding has been a challenging topic since the creation and subsequent dissolution of the Board of Corrections. Veterans of this committee can attest to the fact that each session that is found, that the committee rooms are found to be filled with sheriffs trying to help legislators understand the shortfalls of county jail funding. Without fail, this committee has worked with us not only to validate our shortfalls, but help with lawmakers pass supplemental funding requests when they reach the chambers. We hope this year, Representative Warren's bill to provide sustained funding to Maine's jails finally puts an end to the annual shortfalls in Maine's jails. Please feel free to reach out to me or Executive Director Marianne Lamar if you need any additional information. And as always, I'm happy to answer any questions that you may have.
Okay, thank you. Would you, Marianne, are you prepared to make a few comments or tell us what it is you do there?
Oh, gosh, I've not prepared anything additional to Sheriff Morton's comments. I did want to say thank you for having me and also entertain any questions and just really ensure that you all know I'm always here. If you need information, if you have questions, please reach out. And not only on bills of interest to us, but if there are bills where you're looking for law enforcement support, reach out to me and I'll bring it to the Legislative Policy Committee. So we're happy to work with you again for another ongoing, aggressive, and robust session.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Well, I don't know if it was Representative Morales or Warren first. Did you see that? Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator. Thank you, old friends. It's good to see you, Sheriff Morton. It's good to see you, Marianne. I think we're going to do some good work again together this year, these 2 years, and we have been working in the off session on the jail funding bill, everybody's favorite topic, that now it's our 7th year trying to tackle this. And I you know, Sheriff Morton, you started off the conversation by talking about how we all as Mainers take care of each other, and we have a blizzard happening tomorrow, and we do take care of each other, which is why I can't let this moment go by without commenting on my severe disappointment in one of your colleagues, Sheriff Kane. This is not your responsibility. It is not you as Sheriff Morton, but it is my job as a Mainer and as the House Chair of this committee to talk about it. I have submitted comments to the commissioners. I will be listening in at the meeting tomorrow at 8:30, but the idea that someone has denied access to health care based on their own personal opinion is repugnant, and it's below what so many of you have exemplified as your behavior. I have worked with you all for, this is my 7th year, and I'm just always so pleased with the way that you work, and I see you work in tough situations. You guys reach across the aisle, and you've had to answer tough questions in this committee, and I know you've all done that. So I hope you'll understand why I needed to say that. I'm sure, I'm 100% sure that you all are having some very tough conversations with your colleagues, and especially your colleagues that they're bringing some bad looks on those of you that don't behave in this way. So I'm going to stop there, and I know that we're friends well enough that you're going to understand where I'm coming from. I look forward to supporting Senator Kimes' bill, working on trying to get some, tightening up some stuff that's going on with the sheriff. So thank you for the opportunity to speak. I don't have a question. I totally just broke the rules and editorialized, but I really had to do it. So thank you.
Senator, can I respond briefly?
Go right ahead, Sheriff.
So Representative Warren, thank you so much. I'm going to take that as a question. I didn't think it was an editorial.
Thank you.
And yes, I do appreciate both our professional and personal friendships. I don't take this personally at all. This is why I have remained working in a sheriff's office as opposed to walking away and working in other law enforcement aspects. Because when you're talking about true accountability, as you folks know, as elected people, there's nobody more accountable to the people. Mm-hmm. That's when I get a call from the smallest communities in my county, maybe the town of Burlington, or one of the largest communities, the city of Bangor. I respond the same, and that we are responsive to the people. Law enforcement accountability is not a main topic, it's a national topic, and we're no different. And while I still feel like the professionalism and accountability of law enforcement in our state is tremendous compared to some of the things that we've seen on national news, there's nobody that gets more upset or angry when we see missteps by those in our profession, whether it's here in this state or certainly across the country. And we do want to make sure that those in our profession are held accountable for our actions. And as you said, Representative, the actions of a few shouldn't muddy the waters for the actions that most of us take daily. And so that doesn't mean we can't improve, and we're happy to do that. We want to do that. We're going to be transparent. That's why we kind of step forward on the bill that particularly involves sheriffs, and we'll continue to do that. We've looked at titles, several of the titles that will be coming through, many of them through your committee this year, and we're prepared to address those. But many of these new best practices are in our facilities. And I think it was, I probably shouldn't have done this, but I've used Representatives Reckitt's comments last year often because I thought they were so powerful. And I've always appreciated a lot of the information that she shared. And I won't quote this because I don't have it word for word, but as we were going through funding, and we were talking about funding, a representative spoke up and said, we are asking the county jails and the sheriffs to do an incredible amount of work, but yet we are struggling to fund them. And so whether it's we want to have MAT programs in every single jail, increase medical and mental health services, education programs, work programs, dental programs, on and on and on programming, it has to come with funding. It has to come with support and abilities to do that. And I thought the representative bringing that out as we talk about this committee and judiciary, while we're asking to reduce populations, there are times that these committees are making decisions that are impacting the populations. And so thank you for those comments. We hear you loud and clear, and just as important, we hear our constituents loud and clear. And we will be the first ones to step to the podium and make sure that things are done appropriately.
Thank you, Sheriff.
You're welcome.
Oops, Senator, you're on mute.
Okay. Representative Morales, followed by Representative Reckitt, and then Mary Ann Lamar.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, Sheriff Morton. Really good to see you. Really good to see you, Mary Ann. And I kind of echo what Representative Warren said about you, and I really have always appreciated working with you and your honesty and your transparency. I really have appreciated that. There's two things that I was wondering about. One, we did receive a report, and I can't locate it, but it's around deaths in jails, and I was wondering if you could comment on 2020 and how that's compared to 2019 and years prior with COVID. And then the second thing is, I can't stop thinking about, we've been hearing a lot in the orientation about how, with the new technology and Zoom, and how inexpensive it is as a way to connect folks who are in our jails and our prisons with their families, with their communities, knowing that that is a protective factor, connection with community, future hope, aspirations, protective factor from further engaging in criminal activity. How have you been able to work with that in terms of getting those folks more connected, and making it so it's not such a financial burden for them? How, and if not how, maybe is that something that we can be doing? Thank you.
Great to see you again too. So two different questions, and so one supporting the deaths. I don't have that exact number in front of me, but we're happy to go back and do a comparison. So Representative, let's look around at the reports that we're seeing in our communities today when it involves suicide and overdoses. Amidst a terrible pandemic and all of this country.
Sheriff Morton, excuse me, you're the only one that's unmuted and we hear background conversations. Is there someone there? No? Have you been hearing conversations behind? I have. Okay, I'll let you go.
Yeah, I noticed the same thing, but I don't see it on anybody's screen as I'm looking around, and I'm by myself.
Okay, thank you.
So getting back to that question, if we look in communities today and we look at the reports that have come out from the state that are outlining the overdose death in our communities, where there's vast services, and suicides where there are vast services, Unfortunately, these things are still occurring in our communities, and these organizations are working diligently, and many of the stakeholders that we work with daily trying to address whether it's overdose prevention or suicide prevention. And so I guess I'm going to take just a second too to say, while many services have been impacted by the pandemic, it's important for our folks to know, our citizens to know, they're all still running, right? They may be doing things just a little bit differently. You know, maybe it's a little bit more virtual and maybe you have to call before you go. But whether it's mental health services, substance use services, certainly domestic violence services, where we saw an increase in domestic violence in our state, these services are standing beside us and trying to make sure that the message is out there. While the services may change a little, they're still fully functioning. And so the reason I bring those up, Representative, is that we're a community inside our facilities too. And while we're trying to make sure that we have those resources there, unfortunately, overdoses have taken place, suicide attempts have taken place. I think, Representative, what will be interesting for you to hear, and we could work on pulling these numbers together, is how many have been prevented in our facilities, which really goes back to making sure that we have enough of those services, whether it's providing Narcan. So we have Narcan in every one of our facilities and have for years, right, since that came out. I remember several years ago, the first Maine Sheriff's Association awards given out to deputies and corrections officers for the use of Narcan inside a correctional facility, because you're making a difference on those being brought in. And so that's certainly an issue for us, and we'll continue to watch that. Now, as far as the use of virtual effects, I guess we had a little bit of a taste of this over the last couple of years. Much of it, this committee knows some of when we were talking about visiting jails. And we found out that many of the jails were utilizing video visitation as a safer way of having visits take place that actually provided a lot more opportunity. Is a great example. Tomorrow we're going to have a snowstorm. I can picture a lady that I know that often visits with her son is not going to be driving down from Millinocket to Bangor to visit a loved one in jail, when now that can be done virtually. And so there's further access to individuals through video visitations. We've had to get really creative in our jail, whether it's medical or mental health services, the courts. I will say, in the midst of a pandemic and some of these things being tough, I applaud, and I don't want some of the things to change, where we are using video to expedite cases. Now, I know it's a change, right? And so we'll still have both sides kind of arguing this sometimes, whether somebody should be face-to-face in front of the judge, or they can actually accomplish some of these hearings virtually. And I would argue there's no reason why some of these cannot be done virtually. They expedite the system. But we also have to remember that county jails, like Penobscot's a great example. This jail was renovated only 4 years after the World Wide Web came to life. And so this building was not built for multimedia, TV and video systems in it, right? And so we're trying to fix the jail and bring more rooms in. Our commissioners just recently here in Penobscot County approved a internal renovation so that we can build 2 more rooms that can just do video services. So those are working well. I think it's happening all over the state, and the counties have done some of these things where they've decided that they would run a video meeting for a court, so we're not having to transport somebody and things like that. So it is being done as this pandemic continues to grow, or has continued to grow. Virtual services within the jail have increased. I hope that we don't lose some of them, but it's going to have to take the change of many to say, this is the way that we're going to operate in the future. It's a safer, more effective way in many cases. I hope that answered your question.
It did a little bit, but I guess what I was hoping is that connection with family and friends and community would be easier, cheaper, and more readily accessible.
Yeah, and so absolutely, video visitation is a great example of that. It's absolutely increased. In many of the jails throughout, we were able to increase our phone services, allowing for free phone calls that weren't always that way. That's one of the things that we didn't hear, because we knew visits may not take place. additional straining, understanding what's going on in your own family's lives. And so we wanted to make that something accessible. So we opened up the ability to have more phone calls, free phone calls, additional video visits, things like that, expanded the hours, all of those things. That was happening through, you know, I don't want to speak to the state, but that was happening on county and state facilities at different levels. And we're continuing to do that. But we have to be mindful that there are costs associated with that were never built into budgets to do. And we're absorbing some of those and kind of trying to figure out cheaper, innovative ways to do it. But we'll certainly continue to do that.
Thank you. All set, Representative Morales? Okay. Representative Recca?
I'm happy you're here today, Sheriff, and because if I had been off my duff and made a phone call to somebody in the sheriff's operation, it would have been you I called, whether you were president or not of the association, because I trust your instincts, and I'm happy that you're here today. I want to talk to you about something that I have a bill that is somewhat related to this issue, but I want your opinions on a couple of things. I went and met with the Commissioner of Public Safety and the man who's the head, whose name is now flown out of my head, who's the head of the Criminal Justice Academy. And I went to talk to them about my concerns about the fact that officers were, the previous records of officers were not necessarily being transmitted to potential employers, either out of state or sometimes even in state. And that this was resulting in people bumping bad officers from one place to another, and that meant nobody's goals. And we got to talking, and I said, you know, where are the complaints coming from about officers? If somebody has a complaint about a municipal officer, what's that route? What's the complaint route for a sheriff's deputy? What's the complaint route? And they're all over the board, in my view. They're not, I mean, they're all supposed to end up eventually, I think, at the academy, but they don't necessarily get there. And I think that that's a whole issue that is connected to a bill I have in the sense that I have a bill in talking about the complaint committee and how it functions at the academy, and trying to provide more citizen participation and more resources for that committee to function well. Because if we can get the complaints centralized, and we can get people who have both a professional and a public citizen perspective looking at them, then maybe we can make a dent in some of the issues. And the bill that I have in is a baby step, I think, towards doing this. And I think that it's important to me that I talk with people like you to try to figure out, whether this step is a good baby step or whether it's not. And if it isn't, what needs to happen more. And my view from sitting on this issue for a while is that we're going to have to look at the whole issue of complaints around law enforcement. Where are they coming into? All over the state, all over the departments, all over the different kinds of criminal justice personnel, and try to centralize that so that we can have a common understanding of how they're going to be dealt with. So,
Representative Recca?
Yeah.
Would that be something for the amount of time we have left? Yeah. If it's your bill, you probably will get with him and Mary Ann.
Yeah, I mean, I guess what I'm saying is if you would think about that, I would love to talk to you before we get too much further into the session. I mean, I don't even know what my bill looks like yet, but what's relevant to me is that I talk with somebody who knows in the sheriff's system about what happens when there's a complaint about a sheriff or a sheriff's deputy.
You can make a comment. Yes, please do.
I'm sorry, I'll make this brief. So you know me, I get on my soapbox sometimes, but I'll make this very brief. So I appreciate that comment or question, Representative. We're super happy, willing to talk to you anytime. I'll shoot you my cell, and you'll have my emails and whatnot for myself and Mary Ann. But just so you'll know that will make you feel like this is going to work. We're already talking about some of the things that you brought up, and which is very important, because we've recognized some of the very topics that you just spoke to. Just clarification for one, though, not every complaint goes to the academy. That's not accurate. So complaints come to the individual agency. The individual agency addresses it, and we can't dump all of this on the academy for sure. We've had great talks with them already. Maine chiefs of police, Maine sheriffs, DPS. We've had great discussions about some of this already, and we'll continue to do so. But I will say there are other pending issues that impact law enforcement decisions, and that could be collective bargaining, that can be labor law, that can be our county commissioners or city councilors that oversee the actual discipline. And so it's not always the sheriff that gets to say, here's the final discipline. We're controlled by those collective bargaining agreements. We're controlled by labor law, and we're controlled by the county commissioners, who are actually the employer of our individual deputies. So happy to have those discussions. We feel like there's some areas that absolutely can be improved. Certainly the one about officers that are misconduct, that are moving from agency to agency. I can't think of a more important one that needs to be fixed. I would personally love to see this happen.
Thank you.
Thank you. And Mary Ann Lamar?
Hi there. I wanted to add on to what Sheriff Morton said. It speaks to Representative Warren's concerns. It speaks to Representative Brackett and Morales. You know, when all of the events started to unfold last summer, the Maine sheriffs reached out to all the other law enforcement entities, and we had these important discussions. You know, they're not lost on us, and the collaboration that has taken place among Maine's law enforcement is truly astounding. Maine Chiefs of Police, I see Ed Tolan's on here. We've worked with the Commissioner of Public Safety. We've worked with the Commissioner of Corrections. We've worked with Rick Desjardins at the Criminal Justice Academy. You know, we put out a statement in the summer trying to address some of these concerns. And, you know, the reality is we are aware, and sheriffs are at the front of the line trying to make sure that we hear concerns and that they're being addressed. Sheriff Representative Warren and I have talked about it this summer. We continue to be available to all of you. If you need my cell or Sheriff Morton's contact information, please just let me know, because we can't work together if we don't know what the concerns are. So please keep in touch.
Seeing no other hands up, I'd like to, first of all, thank Sheriff Morton and Mary Ann for joining us today. And I'm pleased that especially the newer members get to meet you. This is exactly the open communication we always enjoy from the Sheriff's Association. So thank you again.
Thank you.
So we shall move on. We have Attorney Walter McKee, and thank you for being so patient. Mr. McKee will be representing the Maine Association of Criminal Defense Lawyers. So welcome, Mr. McKee.
Great, thank you very much for having me. I'll try to get you back on track timing-wise. I know I've got a little bit of time, but
no, go ahead.
I've certainly been before you all. So thank you, Senator. Thank you, Representative Warren, and members of the committee for having me. I recognize some of you from being across the virtual hall at the Judiciary Committee the other day. And so I'll try not to repeat a lot of what some of you all may have already heard. MACDL, as we go by, is an organization that's been around for almost 30 years. We're a group of lawyers, criminal defense lawyers that practice throughout the state. We're in every single court, in every single county, and state and federal court as well. Our organization has members that we think of as the most engaged criminal defense lawyers who are interested in doing the best work for the accused, literally day in and day out. And it's a difficult group sometimes, as you might expect. Criminal defendants are at the top of the list of those who often have mental health issues, substance abuse issues, In fact, it'd be surprising if somebody did a study and didn't find that there was some component of substance abuse or mental health issues, either with the defendant or other members of their family, that brought them to the system. And though, of course, we also just sometimes have people who are otherwise not affected like that. As I sometimes say, they're ordinary people involved in very extraordinary events. And these are difficult cases in the first place. And there was a long time when I thought that maybe you still think on the committee that the criminal defense lawyers were the pariahs of the system. But I will tell you that we are really the stopgap. And someone once called us liberty's last champion. And I think that's very lofty and wonderful. And I suppose we could pat ourselves on our back. But really, we are those folks that are defending the accused each and every day in our courts and making sure that ultimately the system really works. The system works on multiple different levels. I and other lawyers often tell even law enforcement officers that we're actually part of the training program. We're part of the system that makes sure that they do their job as they're required to do based on laws passed by the legislature and our state and federal constitution to make sure that the accused really gets a fair shake. You'll hear me many times in testifying before your committee that ultimately that's all the accused really wants is really a fair shake. Not asking to win every case, although I would accept it if it was offered. It's really, we want to make sure that we're treated fairly. There are many people who have done all kinds of different things that all they really wanted was to make sure that the courts and the system treated them fairly. Not trying to get out of something, but what they want to make sure is that they're treated just like everybody else in a system of true criminal justice. So within our organization, we do a lot of our own training. You certainly are aware of the Indigent Legal Services Commission and the work that they do and trainings that are provided, but we really do our own work for our members and those who want to attend our conferences and our trainings. And we spend a lot of time doing that and putting those programs together. And these are very well received programs. And I think well known throughout the criminal justice bar, prosecutors and criminal defense and courts, as really training our own. We're also mentoring newer lawyers. You know, as a lawyer in Maine, you can literally get out of law school and hang up a shingle and start practicing criminal defense. There's certain minimum requirements to get court appointed work, but if somebody wants to pay you to do the work, you don't even need 2 days experience before taking on a major case. And it's our job as attorneys to identify folks that are newer in the practice and make sure that they're doing the very best work for their clients. And I think that we've done that. There are always exceptions, but by and large, I think that we have a really excellent system, and our organization has made sure of that through our trainings and our own internal work. We're also active with all kinds of other different organizations. You see me in the legislature testifying before you, but there are members of our board and other just members of the organization that participate on every single commission, group, committee that has anything to do with criminal justice. The MACDL as a group is looked to as a significant stakeholder to provide the benefit of the other side of the coin, if you will, as an important part of the criminal justice process. And so we're not only engaged, of course, with those committees, but also with law enforcement as well. As much as it would seem that we're at odds with them, oftentimes we are at the front of discussions about how to improve the system. I think that we respect law enforcement for the work that they do, and they respect, law enforcement respects us for the work that we do. And finally, the part that brings me here today is that we advocate in the legislature, mostly before this committee as well as the Judiciary Committee, to make sure that the system works. You will often see me testifying against many bills. In fact, sometimes I think that I go through a whole session and I'm always, rising against the bill. But I think what you'll find, and as you look through many of the bills I think that are going to be coming before your committee this year, is that we're going to be supporting a lot of great efforts by people who are forward thinking about how to make good change for the system. We don't have a lot of hard and fast lines. I mentioned in Judiciary the other day that we have a hard and fast line when it comes to mandatory minimum sentences, in new mandatory minimum sentences. That's one hard line, but I thought about it, and there are really two others. And those two others are new legislation that elevates existing crimes to a higher class of crime, and then also the increase of, or I should say, the bringing about new crimes. I think what you'll find often is that our criminal code is vast, and it covers every conceivable situation one way or the other. That oftentimes there's the creation of a new crime when it's not really a new crime at all. It's just kind of a permutation of an old crime. And instead of making that little nice book that you all have in front of you go from this to this, our job is to keep it simple for you and for everybody in the system so that they know what the crimes are and what happens if you commit those crimes. The same goes with elevating circumstances. There was a time period where the crimes were steadily being elevated from misdemeanors to felonies because of a view that, you know, we should have more felony crimes, treat things more seriously. And you can argue about that for every single misdemeanor crime. There's probably a permutation of it that should make it more serious. But what we've found over the years is that we've created more and more felons in the state of Maine. And that's not something that's good for anybody at all. Certain people who commit crimes, serious crimes, are punished. They go to jail and they sometimes go to prison. But creating more felons in our system is not going to advance our criminal justice system. And I will tell you that as it stands right now, the criminal code is 99% there. And yet we're going to probably hear proposals in this session that 50% of it should be changed. I think that ultimately, I hope that the work that you all do this year is to spend time on that particular problem that's before you. It's never been seen before, never been addressed before, that requires some unique solution. And I think if you all do that, and certainly with the help of our organization, we look forward to working with you to make the system better. So maybe I helped you with the time and maybe I didn't, but either way, I'm happy to answer any questions you have. And I look forward to seeing many and all of you in the coming months.
Thank you, Mr. McKee. I really think everything you said we should watch out for, we've been dealing with and pretty much doing exactly what you are suggesting. I've been involved in criminal justice my whole career, but I learned more in the last 2 years as far as the impact of those kinds of bills, the adverse impact. And I want to publicly thank Representative Warren. She makes me think a little differently, but I'm still going to reserve my right to oppose her many times. So, okay. Anybody else wish to make a comment? I'm sorry, that was a comment, not a question, but anybody? No? Thank you, Mr. McKee. And again, I'm sure we'll see you.
Oh, you will. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. I see Chief, is it Chief Tolan? LaCroix, excuse me, not Tolan.
Senator?
Yes.
I'm Ed Tolan. I'm the Executive Director.
Ed, yes, go right ahead.
I was going to kick it off with a couple of brief comments, if you don't mind.
No, go right ahead. I'm sorry I skipped you, Ed.
Oh, no, skip me anytime. Members of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee, good afternoon, and thank you for inviting myself, our current president of our association, Chief Roland LaCroix from the University of Maine at Orono, and our legislative liaison and first vice president, Chief Jared Mills of the Augusta Police Department. We'd like to speak to you this afternoon and provide just a little bit of information on the Maine Chiefs of Police. As I said, my name is Ed Tolan. I serve as the executive director of the association. I retired as the chief of the Falmouth Police Department in December of 18 after 44 years in law enforcement and 27 of those as a chief. Currently, the Maine Chiefs Association has approximately 300 members, ranging from the chief of the department to seconds in command, and in some of the very small agencies, usually some sergeants are members. Our main purpose is to provide information to the members on legal updates, current law enforcement information on both state and national, legislative reports, and training. We find that one of our most important roles is to provide chiefs to speak to committees such as yours to provide information on bills that pertain to law enforcement and be available for questions from the committee. As an FYI, we work closely with Bob Howe of Howe and Cahill to remain aware of the work in the legislature and pass along the information to our members of the association. We provide training to our members on a variety of topics, although as you know, the pandemic has impacted our ability to provide in-person training since March of 2020. However, a board of directors made up of municipal chiefs who serve as district reps from the 8 districts of our state our state partners, the sheriff's departments and the Sheriff's Association, and our federal representatives meet on a monthly basis, currently via Zoom. From those meetings, information is forwarded to all of our members throughout the state through my office. So I'd like to thank you for providing the three of us the opportunity to meet with you this afternoon. And I'd like to turn it over to our current president of the association, Chief Roland LaCroix, excuse me, from the University of Maine at Orono.
Thank you, Director Tolan, and thank you to the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee for the opportunity to introduce myself as president of the Maine Chiefs of Police. I was sworn in this past September and will end this September. So basically, I'm almost halfway through my term, and it's been an interesting few months anyway. I'm in my 44th year of law enforcement. I was a Florida State Trooper for 5 years, and then I retired from the Orange County Sheriff's Office in Orlando, Florida after 26 years. I've been at the University of Maine for 13 years, and I just want to say that I love Maine and I love the University of Maine, and I will always be proud to be a part of this university even when I leave, which will be fairly soon in a couple years. To become president, you seek election for the position of Sergeant at Arms, and then you work your way through the three chairs, which is obviously the Sergeant at Arms, second vice president, first vice president, and then the president. The president conducts our monthly meetings of the association, which are and have been virtual, and we work closely with the executive director on most of the association business. We do conduct 2 conferences each year and a summer training symposium. Our last conference, however, was February of 2020, just before COVID-19, and we are not currently scheduled to hold another conference in person until February of 2022. As the director stated, one of the main objectives for the Maine Chiefs is training and legal updates and legislation information for our members. A few years ago, I did have the opportunity to testify in front of the Education Committee when there was a legislation on possibly concealed carry on college campuses, which obviously the university system was against. We are currently embarking on delivering training to our members virtually to continue to offer our members the very best training possible. As an outsider, and even though I've been here for 13 years, I think I'm probably still considered an outsider. However, coming from another state and being able to observe the training and professionalism here in Maine, I just want to assure you that the Maine law enforcement, the state of Maine law enforcement, does not take a backseat to anybody. And I'm very proud to say that. Once again, I want to thank you for the opportunity to speak to you today. Thank you very much.
Chief Mills, did you wish to make some comments?
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau, and members of the Criminal Justice and Public Safety Committee. Thank you for having me here. Great to see all the familiar faces in the room. And real quick, because Chief LaCroix covered everything about our organization so eloquently, my role basically as the legislative liaison with the Maine Chiefs of Police is to work closely with Bob Howe and get the information back to our body. So that's really my job within the organization at this point. And so you'll see a lot of me either by Zoom or maybe hopefully someday back in person. So thank you very much and great to see everybody.
Senator, you're on mute.
Thank you. Thank you. I said something so intelligent and I got I was recently directed to look at a website and for about a day, I was a little confused. It was the Maine Association of Police was the website. I was surprised to find out that that's a union, is it not? And so that's why when you look at Maine Chiefs of Police Association, I was asked that question and had to look it up. So I want you to know how that was a little confusing. So I want to clarify that for anybody else that wants to look at that. 2 separate things and 2 different agendas. So thank you.
Well, Senator, if I could, our website is mainchiefs.com, and it is somewhat confusing I've had other people say the same thing. We go to the Maine Police Association, that is the union. But I think ours is fairly up to date. We try to maintain a good website with information for our members or anybody else. And I would encourage everybody, I think Sheriff Morton spoke about this just as I was signing on, or maybe it was Mary Ann. The presentation we did on law enforcement in Maine in 2020, earlier in the year 2020. And that was in cooperation with the Sheriff's Association, the Maine State Police, Department of Public Safety. And I think it gave the position of law enforcement in Maine and what we're doing. That's on our website. I think it's a very well-written document.
You may have mentioned this in your presentation, Mr. Tolan, but do we have like about 180 police chiefs or something in the state? And how many of those are affiliated with your association?
I think the last number, and sometimes it changes because some towns are merging together. I think we're around 115 chiefs.
150.
We have about 300 members, and all of the chiefs in the association are current members. We have people in the state police, quite a few members of the state police, lieutenants and above are members. The Maine Warden Service, Maine Marine Patrol. So we pretty much, the Sheriff's Association, all the sheriffs are members of our association.
Okay.
We have a member from our board of directors that sits on the Sheriff's Association regular meetings. So we have a pretty good line of communication between the sheriffs, state police, and our association.
Very good. Thank you. Questions? Anybody? I don't. Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for bringing up the Maine Association of Police. I had forgotten that I wanted to ask a question about that. So I appreciate you all being here. This is a question I've been asking Commissioner Sawchuk and our director of MEMA around the spread of disinformation today and how that impacts public safety. And I'd love to get your thoughts on that. And before that, I'm sure you all saw, although I'm not sure you all saw, but on the Maine Association of Police website, and I just happened to go on it after January 6th because I thought, I was kind of hoping to see a message of unity from our public safety and our law enforcement officers. And instead, I saw a video that was posted on that website from PragerU, which is sort of like an alt-right organization that puts out videos designed to influence the public. But this one, and particularly around climate science deniers and anti-vax and stuff like that. But this one happened to be around, disputing with academics, supposed academics, the disproportionate impact that the criminal justice system has on Black, Brown, and Indigenous people. And so it was really shocking to see that video out there. And I'm just wondering from you all, did you see it? Is this something that you believe in terms of disinformation in our society today, whether that is something that as law enforcement, we really need to get on top of. So I'll leave it there and ask for your comments on that. Thank you.
I'll go ahead, Representative, and jump in. I did not see it. I'm sorry. I hate to say, I don't know what you're talking about. But then again, and I've said this to Ed and Jared before. I don't know if they believe me, but ever since March, my job has been basically the incident commander at the EOC here at the university, and we're heavily involved in testing and working with the scientific advisory board. And so I have not really had a whole heck of a lot of opportunity to look beyond the COVID situation that we're heavily in. And so I've not seen it, and I don't know what you're talking about. I apologize.
Jared, you want to?
Yes, thank you, Representative Morales. So I have not seen it either, but I think I will say that I can speak for the chiefs here and our membership as well. We've struggled with this, our identity being associated with this union, and some of the things that have been coming out. My particular police department, I didn't say that I work for the city of Augusta. I'm the police chief here in Augusta. We are not this union. We have a different union than that. So this is not something that's within our mission statement as my police department. Certainly, the chiefs have talked about coming out with, how we would go about, differentiating and that type of thing. But it's not anything that we follow. I have seen some of the past comments and newspaper articles that, quite frankly, make me cringe at times with some of the things being said. So. Ed, you can jump in and correct me, but that's more of my personal opinion. And we have had those discussions at the executive board level of not having any affiliation with that.
I would offer, I have not seen the video you're speaking of, Representative Morales, but to back up Chief Mills, I think we look to try and create unity as opposed to anything else. We do struggle with people say to us, well, you're the Maine Association of Police. No, we're not. That's a union. Social media is a fine line, as we've all seen recently with the issue here in our own state. You can say some things on social media, you can claim free speech, but they can also be very intensive to the other side. So we try to walk a fine line of unity. We don't try to get into these videos. We've never had one on our website. We don't purport them. And hopefully everybody understands we are not the Maine Association of Police.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
I would recommend when you get home, you take a look at it and pass it around. I think it'll be the topic of some discussions and has been. All right, Representative Luckner and, excuse me, Representative Warren.
I keep putting the list down here, Senator, just so you know, it's in the chat to be helpful. So I just thought I'd let you know.
I'll tell you to change your hand to yellow. It's easier to see. Okay. Go ahead.
I guess I won't go there today. So thank you, Senator. And I just want to say, congratulations to Chief Mills. I feel like we were just saying congratulations to you for becoming the president, and already you've moved on from that and we missed the whole thing. So congratulations to you, Chief LaCroix. And Chief Mills will be working together on some legislative stuff. Bob is aware of some of the bills that are coming in just because the Maine Association of Police, it's more than their video. It's definitely, if you take a look at that Facebook page, and I think, look, Chief LaCroix, you brought up, I think, some stuff you've seen in the newspaper, possibly. I represent the profession of social work, and I also am an educator. And I know that I take a lot of pride in my two professions, and I know you guys do too. And so I really want to encourage you to, I think people in Maine need to really know that that's not you, because it's very, very disturbing. And we even, as Senator DeChambeau said, we even had to figure out that it wasn't our chiefs, right? We had to, and unfortunately, a lot of people don't realize that this conversation has been going on for a while. It's very disturbing. And I hope, we are working with some of our legislative colleagues to talk to their municipal officers about, is that an association you want to have? I would be aghast if Hallowell City Police Department was engaged in any of that. So I'll move on from that topic, but I'd love to see you stand up and speak about it, as opposed to trying to just not get pulled into it. We need you to really lead on some of this stuff. And I think Maine people really need you to do that. I just have questions. Chief LaCroix, I don't get a chance to see you very much. So this is an opportunity to ask you in your position with the University of Maine. As you know, I'm very interested in the Maine Information Analysis Center, the Fusion Center, which collects information on citizens in Maine, citizens that maybe own guns or maybe protest against certain things, and then propagate it out onto lists. And you all are part of the agencies that receive those notifications. Why? Why is the University of Maine receiving notifications from the Fusion Center?
Oh, I'm already unmuted. The only thing that we reach out to the MIAC Center is for anytime we have any type of big event, or if we have any type of political event on campus. We just want to make sure what the threats may be out there so that we're prepared. That's really the only information that we really use specifically for the university system. Other than that, it's just whatever any other police department in the state of Maine gets from MIAC is all we get.
So yeah, thank you very much. And that's what I wondered. So you, as a university supported by Maine tax dollars with lots of young students, you're receiving these situational awareness bulletins of Maine people that have not committed crimes, just Maine people that are living their lives. You're receiving these bulletins. I'm not talking about when you reach out to the state police to get information. Of course, that's part of your job, right? It's part of every police department's job when they know that a large crowd is going to gather. We want you to do that to protect us. That is defensive, right? You know something's happening, you want to be prepared, you're going to protect students, very important. But what I'm wondering specifically, you're on a list, and you know, through Blue Leaks, we all saw those lists, and you all are on a list, so you are passively receiving information, some information specifically of, you know, a 17-year-old child who MIAC sent out and said, if anybody sees this kid, he's supposed to go to Long Creek. Do we really want university personnel, such as yourself, seeing that type of information? It doesn't seem like it's serving a public safety function. And I just wonder if you might consider changing that role with the Fusion Center.
And I don't know if this will make you feel any better, Representative Warren, but that information comes to me. I do not pass that out to our personnel unless it affects the university. Otherwise, the information is not pertinent to us. So therefore, I do not pass it out to our personnel at all.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. Okay. I thank you for your answer. I still find it interesting that it's being disseminated to you. Again, these are not people that have committed any crime. So I just find it really interesting, but I appreciate your transparency in answering my questions. Thank you so much.
Yes, ma'am.
We all set? Oh, Representative, I'm sorry, Lookner, go right ahead.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank all three of you for coming before this committee and for your commitment to professionalism and to protect and serve the public and to answer some of these hard questions and be put in the hot seat, so to speak. Chief Tolan, you had sort of begun to touch on this just when it comes to social media, and I'm a native social media user, and I've seen people get fired from nonprofits for sharing stuff that their employers disagree with. So all three of you are sort of in the public eye because you are, chiefs of very important agencies. And I just want to hear from you, if you're putting all kinds of stuff out there just about, it could be totally unfounded opinions or, things that, are going to rile some feathers. Is that stuff that, you as people in the public eye, I certainly am subject to that scrutiny. you think that's stuff that you should be held accountable for, that chiefs should be, and other, officers of the law? Thank you.
I'll speak for the association first. We don't put out any social media information. We don't send out rumors to enlighten our members. We don't have a Facebook page. So anything that we put out is actual factual information, and it's put out through our membership, not on social media. As I said, as I touched on just briefly, I'm not a chief anymore. I don't run an agency. I know that the chiefs out there struggle with the fact that some of their officers, dispatchers, say some things on social media that, some people say it shouldn't be there. Some people support it, as evidenced by the recent events here in Maine, with people coming to support the right to say things, other people condemning. It's a tough call on social media right now as to what can you do. Fortunately, I don't have to deal with that anymore, but our association has nothing to do with putting out social media rumors, opinions, call it whatever you want. We put out factual information to our members.
Thank you for that. And just, quickly, I wanted to clarify that I was saying, as individuals, if you are sharing on your personal page, not in your role necessarily as a chief or the association of, president of the association or anything like that, but just on your personal page, if you were a chief and you're putting out stuff pertaining to hot button political topics, is that something that a chief should be doing? That's kind of my question.
My opinion is no. I don't have a Facebook page. My wife has one. I'm never on it. I don't believe in it, because you can say something accidentally that comes back to really bite you. But I don't believe a chief should be jumping into the fire. Your role as a leader of the department, and not to be weighing in on some social issue. But that's my opinion, and I'll stand by it. Jared?
Yeah, thanks, Ed. Sorry.
No, if you wish to weigh in, Chief Mills, go right ahead.
Well, I would add to the discussion too that, and I think most departments have the model policy, social media policy, that we refer back to for our workers and ourselves, holding us to that standard. So, that's really what we follow. We've had, in my agency, we've had officers cross the line and have to be corrected on their social media behaviors and that type of thing. But I would just throw out there is an actual policy out there that dictates those particular things as well, just to add to it.
Okay. Next one is Representative Pickett.
And thank you, Madam Chair. I just think maybe we ought to stop, pause, and just think for a minute here. The stuff that's on social media that police officers individually are putting out there, we all know what they are. We all know what's appropriate and what isn't. But I think we want to make sure as a committee, we don't get that confused with the My Act with intelligence, because intelligence is an altogether different thing. And I know we have bills coming in and policy changes and stuff on that coming in. And I think that'll be taken care of in the work session. But I really think we can't get the two confused, because if we do, we're talking about two altogether different things, having run a police department for 18 years. So I think that's something we got to be careful of.
Seeing no other questions, I want to thank all of you and for your service and your many years of service. So thank you.
Thank you for having us.
Okay. Bye-bye.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. Next on the agenda is the Maine Municipal Association, and Attorney Rebecca Graham is our legislative advocate. Not ours, I was going to say. So welcome, Rebecca.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren. First of all, I have to thank Jane for giving me a title, but it's a title I don't deserve. So I am not an attorney. I am an advocate for Maine Municipal Association. And it's really lovely to see a lot of the familiar faces that I've missed so much since March, and to see the new ones, some of which are not quite new, but still beloved. For those of you who are new, MMA is a member-driven, nonpartisan, nonprofit organization that was established in 1936 to advocate on the collective interests of municipal government in Maine. Of the 487 municipalities, 484 are members. Our positions are determined by our 70-member Legislative Policy Committee, who are elected to those positions by their peers within the communities mirroring Maine's 70 Senate districts. They meet monthly to take positions on bills of municipal impact, and then we also poll them weekly as new legislation develops. So the positions that I present here before you during this legislative session aren't mine. They are established by our member, all of our members, but you are free to get upset at me about them if they don't go the way that you like. At the heart of municipal government is protection and service to community. And I might push back on Sheriff Morton a little bit and say that no other level of government is more accountable to the citizens and none more acutely aware of the needs of their constituency and their ability to weather any sort of increase in the tax burden than municipal officials and their employees, which includes some key positions that are directly affected by decisions that are made by this committee, from fire departments to code enforcement to law enforcement. Last year, this committee was able to attend a summit that we held with Maine Chiefs of Police. And we invited you to hear directly from municipal police about the issues that they're facing and where they needed extra help. So while municipal diversion numbers and programs haven't been directly embedded in the Justice Reinvestment Report, we did work with the authors to get the municipal police view within that, and we do support the recommendations that came out of that process. For those of you who participated in that summit, you heard how municipal police have shifted from law enforcement to philanthropy, creating a variety of different substance use and disorder diversion programs, as well as engaging in juvenile restorative justice and maximizing what little resources that they had available within their communities to deliver some core programs for the citizens. And that capacity is not replicatable across all communities, but all of the communities that are served in Maine need to have those same programs available to them. And municipal police did this recognizing that there was a need within their local communities, and there was a huge vacuum of state response to that. So their efforts are under the radar, and they're not captured in data that exists outside their communities. And those heroic community-based efforts should serve as bellwethers for this committee to focus justice policy where we all need to be doing a better, and to focus justice policy in those areas. And we all do need to be doing a better job of trying to capture that information to be able to tell those stories. This year under COVID, we're kind of approaching this differently, and I'm saddened that Jared jumped off, but we're working directly with municipal police chiefs and the Maine Community Policing Institute at UMA to host a number of municipal police town halls. So we want to bring citizens, municipal officials, police leadership, and hopefully members of this committee, as well as your peers within the legislature, into what will be a virtual town hall to discuss community desires and needs and opportunities for input and change and understanding. So the first one is going to be held within the next month, and it's going to be facilitated by Noel March, who's the director of the Maine Community Policing Institute. And it's going to have a Southern Kennebec agency focus, and Chief Jared Mills of Augusta Police is taking the lead in that public engagement effort. He's the one that's going first, recognizing that, you know, the folks that show up might be the detractors, and just like today, they're going to have to be on a hot seat and they're going to answer tough questions. But that is also embedded in municipal police service. It's something that they are regularly familiar with, and I think are going to be excellent at doing that. Municipal officials are supportive of their police, and they're also open to finding ways to increase that natural public engagement that is embedded in municipal service and build an understanding as well as support within their communities to find those opportunities. Reinforcing accountability and understanding local capacity are probably going to be the two key themes that you're going to hear me talk about this year. Municipal public safety delivers the largest bulk of service delivery within the state. It also collects the largest amount of fee and fine revenue, and it's funded exclusively by a handful of property taxpayers. So for the past 7 years, the estimated statewide total of municipal expenditure on public safety, which includes fire as well, is 8% of the total municipal budget. And that's remained stable over that time period. It grows incrementally, but it's still remaining roughly 8% of municipal expenditures are on public safety. We hope that the committee will look at the bills that are coming before them and ask who is going to be paying and what level of control those that are paying have to influence the policy on the delivery of and expenditures, the delivery as well as the establishment of those expenditures. And that's going to be really important when considering jail funding. MMA has supported and introduced a variety of bills to reduce jail populations. We've created access for incarcerated individuals to receive health care and continue their substance use and behavioral health plans outside incarceration as ways to stem recidivism. We've also supported policies that divert individuals from incarceration. And along with municipal police, we've asked for crisis mental health supports, like programs that have been defunded in some communities that meet individuals in crisis where they are instead of relying on law enforcement to triage and transport those individuals into emergency rooms where they are often languishing for days. And that often turns into a situation where they become incarcerated because of the behavior within there, because they're not getting the treatment that they also need. So we hope that the committee will support and consider supporting legislation for programs that municipal police have already identified as needed and necessary for all communities, regardless of their capacity. And we hope that the committee will also keep in mind the small pool of resources that they're asking to fund what are really statewide priorities. Communities pay for local law enforcement, and they have the ability to shape those enforcement policies through their municipal officials and their police chiefs, often directly. Property taxpayers also fund county law enforcement and jails, but they don't have any ability to shape incarceration policy or decide who's incarcerated or even how the jail is administered. But they do get to pay the legal bills when there are questions about that and lawsuits that are brought forth when there is bad policy. And we would wholeheartedly agree with Sheriff Morton that there are services that are important to all incarcerated individuals, like MAT and reentry programming, that should be funded by all-in state resources. These are issues that are too important to be reliant upon a community's ability to shoulder that increase in a property tax assessment, and they should be available to everybody who is incarcerated. So we're going to be looking to make sure that the accountability that we asked for within the jail funding bill language remains in there and at a very minimum, and that they have the same accountability that municipal officials have to do to justify their expenditures. But also that there's a legislative understanding of the pressures that these institutions are facing so that other policy can still be considered as it goes forward, that it doesn't wait till it gets to a crisis point. We're always open to finding new ways to introduce accountability that exists at the municipal level upwards or to improve what accountability we have. Zoom has leveled the public engagement field, and municipalities are experiencing record levels of civic engagement, and we think that's a really good thing. And it also provides some important opportunities, I think, for all levels of government. And we also hope that this committee will really focus on public policy that's informed and evidence-based from all levels and start where we are here in Maine. Even though that national conversation is important, we need to know where we are here in comparison to that. And I hope that you will consider me a resource for those discussions going forward and a conduit to municipal officials for any deeper questions that you may have. And most importantly, we hope that you spend some of your finite time and join one of our regional municipal police town halls, but also even consider riding along with a municipal police officer to help inform and understand what their daily realities are like as well. And with that, I'm happy to take any questions.
Anyone wish to ask a question? Representative Morales.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Rebecca, thank you so much for that presentation. That was amazing. And I'm just so happy to hear MMA coalesce around the needs of the community in such a way. And, you know, and I strongly agree that at the state level, we make these criminal laws that then we mandate the counties to fund the housing and the healthcare of the people that then violate those criminal laws. It's just, instead of, you know, at very expensive $50,000 a year, instead of housing them with healthcare for maybe $15,000 a year. And so I love that you've started that off that way. And I just wanted to say that. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much.
Rebecca, do you also testify at state and local and veterans and legal affairs? You do?
I don't testify at Veterans and Legal Affairs. That would be Kate Dufour, the director.
Okay,
I am
that's
state
right.
and local as well. I do
Good.
cover state and local.
Thank you. Representative Warren.
Thank you, Senator. Just really quick. Hi there, Rebecca. Good to see you. Did you announce any dates yet of the town halls, or you said you guys are working on them and you'll give us the information?
Yeah, we sent out a bank of dates to the chiefs that we were hoping to get participating, and right now we have one date from one folk. So we're trying to get a coalitions of that, but it's going to be within the next basically month to month and a half. So first 2 weeks of March, last 2 weeks of February are kind of what we're looking at. And as soon as I have that locked down, I'm going to send you out an invitation.
Right on. Thank you.
Good. I don't see anyone else. And again, Rebecca, that was well done. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Well, we're doing well. Next, we have a Restorative Justice Project, Executive Kathy Durgan-Layton and Rob Porter, I see, and I believe Kelsey Park. Is it Park? So I guess I turn it over to Kathy Durgan-Layton.
Thank you, Senator Deschambault and Representative Warren. My name is Kathy Durgan-Layton, and I am the Executive Director of the Restorative Justice Project Maine. What we're going to do is I have a few words or remarks, and then I will give it to Kelsey, who has a few remarks, and then we'll round out with Rob Porter, who's on the Restorative Justice Project Maine's Board of Directors, and he has a few remarks to make as well. Restorative Justice Project Maine, we serve 5 counties: Saginaw, Lincoln, Knox, Waldo, and Hancock counties. We provide restorative practices to those 5 counties. And I'm really delighted to have Kelsey join us today, because the Restorative Justice Project Maine and the Restorative Justice Institute of Maine are the 2 largest restorative justice organizations in the state. And we know that when we work together, we are stronger and we're better able to advance restorative practices within the state. So it's really good to be working side by side with Kelsey. When we know that restorative justice or restorative practices saves lives, it transforms it, and it's cost effective. And when we speak about restorative justice, we think of it in 3 tiers. The first one is the community building. And that's the work that we do in schools, in neighborhoods, in towns, and in cities. We work to bring people together to build relationships so that people feel that they are connected to the community, that they matter, that they're important. And we know that when people feel connected, when they have relationships, that they are less apt to cause harm to others. And we see with schools that when we're there within the school, there are fewer suspensions, there are fewer expulsions, that students learn how to deal with conflict and disputes, they form relationships, and they are less apt to hurt or harm others. The second tier is when harm does happen. And we work with the person who caused the harm to offer them an opportunity to be accountable for their actions, and also so that they can make amends. And we offer an opportunity for the person who was harmed to have a voice. It's a different way of looking at the conventional punitive response to harm, but we see that it works. And lastly, the third tier is working within correctional institutions to offer people an opportunity to learn how to deal with conflict and disputes in a healthy way, and to offer them supports that they need so that when they leave the correctional institution, they'll be able to leave and enter into a community where they can thrive and where they're supported. So those are the three different levels of community practice that we do in the state of Maine. And I'd like to just end this by saying that we agree with our friend Penny Beebe Center that what we really are looking to do is to live in communities where everyone matters, that differences are embraced, and where there are no throwaway people. So with that, I'm going to give it to Kelsey.
Good afternoon, everyone. It's really great to see some familiar faces and new faces today. And thank you, Kathy, for the introduction. Yeah, so I'm the Community and Systems Advocacy Coordinator with Restorative Justice Institute of Maine. We get confused very often with Kathy's organization. We do similar work throughout the state. So we also work in several counties. Probably what is most well known from our work is our juvenile justice diversion work. That's kind of our longest standing program, and that spans in Oxford, let's see here, Androscoggin, York, in Cumberland counties, a little bit of Kennebec, and then we've supported the CAP agencies in Bangor and Presque Isle to get some restorative justice programming running up in there as well. Some of the other projects that we're working on that I think might be tied to some upcoming legislation is, as Kathy was talking about, we also work with folks inside who are incarcerated. That's both at Maine State Prison as well as women who are in the reentry center and at MCC. And really that is working with them to see what changes they would like to see happen, and also how they can continue to be involved in restorative justice work if they would like to once they are released from facilities. So we're trying to have that communication between sort of outside and inside be really strong. We also do school-based work, and again, talking about expulsions, suspensions, trying to reduce that as much as possible, and also knowing that it's not simply a practice change, it's very much deep mindset change with how we operate within schools, and that takes years, really. So I think sometimes there's an impression that it's a one and done, hire someone, and then in the next year, all of a sudden, your expulsion rates, you won't see any more disproportionate contact, and it's going to be fantastic. It takes a lot more deep systems change to really get to that level. And then I think just on top of what's already been shared, we have been working with Kathy's team and with a couple of legislators. I see Representative Morales on here, and we've been working with Representative Howard Ross on a few things. And I'd say really within restorative justice right now, we're trying to see how we can ensure that we're bringing in that racial inequity lens as we're doing this work. So there's kind of a history that we could go into, I won't right now, around practices coming from Black and Indigenous communities that have sort of been formed and melded into white leadership over time. And so we're really digging into some of those questions and seeing how we can expand our thinking about those so that we're bringing in an equity lens and yeah, ensuring that we're not recreating some of the disproportionalities that are currently existing within our systems. So with that, I think I pass it to Robert. Thanks, everyone.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, and members of the Criminal Justice Public Safety Committee. My name is Robert Porter. I was born in Bangor, Maine, work in Waldo County, and reside in Union, Maine. I met Panda 20 years ago, and during one of our many conversations which we had plenty of time for, he told me a story of how he had ended up in prison once again. Panda was incarcerated at the Maine State Prison. In fact, we were cellies. Panda could not understand what his problem was. He believed he was a good person and had a good heart. Yet without fail, he would make a bad choice or a series of bad choices, self-destruct, and cause everyone around him harm. Panda was a good man who behaved badly. Over the years, he started to use drugs more and more to ease the ever-increasing pain he was causing himself by harming others. Panda was a thief who loved cocaine. Panda stole money from his parents, his grandmother, the little old lady down the street. Friend, foe, a regular citizen, it did not matter. There was no discrimination, all were a target. Panda was not a good thief, and he kept getting caught. In and out, in and out. The rinse and repeat cycle went on for 30 or so years. Essentially, he was doing life on the installment plan. During our conversations, Panda admitted that he was tired of starting over only to end up back behind bars. He also admitted that he had never really accepted responsibility for his own actions. Panda decided this needed to change. He took the initiative to enroll in college courses. In his philosophy and ethics classes, Panda was amazed to learn that people view and think about the world differently. During this class, Panda was drawn to the concept of restorative practices. He discovered that he needed to look within and accept responsibility for his behaviors instead of blaming others. Panda's transformation began by reestablishing a sense of hope that had been missing from his life for quite some time. This hope became the foundation for Panda's lifetime recovery process. He began to see that things do not have to remain the same, that personal change is possible. He developed patience, understanding that it is better to enjoy small successes than to demand instant gratification. Part of his transformation was to see that he was not only harming himself with his criminal behaviors, but that this harm was extending out to his family, friends, and his entire community. Over the years of his last incarceration and subsequent release, a new Panda was born. As you may have guessed, my nickname is Panda. I finished my debt to society in 2012 and have not looked back. I am an addict and I have PTSD. I am a felon and an ex-con. However, I am also a substance use clinician and a mental health professional and sit on the board of directors for Restorative Justice Project Maine. I am the Waldo County Community Liaison, where I co-respond with law enforcement agencies on a variety of 911 calls in order to connect those community members involved with resources, if desired, so as to reduce or eliminate future contact with law enforcement. The road that I have traveled to be where I am today is not conventional, nor is one that I would encourage others to follow, but it is the one that I chose. I was fortunate to finish my last sentence of 12 and a half years at the Maine Coastal Regional Reentry Center in Belfast, where I was introduced to restorative justice and its practices. With the mentorship I received through the Restorative Justice Project Maine, I was able to view the community through a new lens, a lens that allowed me to access the community without anxiety, understanding that if I feel like I belong to a community, I will be less likely to harm that community. In fact, this lens elicited a desire within me to work with others who may be struggling with their sense of community belonging. I made more mistakes than the average panda, and I am proud that I have become a better person than I was before. I intend to honor that change as long as I am able. Thank you for listening.
Thank you for sharing that. That really helps. Thank you. Anyone have any questions for any of our presenters? Seeing none, I think those of us who have been in this kind of discussion for a long time know the value of restorative justice. We hope to see you again. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Thank you all. Take care.
Moving right along. Wow. We've got a 1 minute break. We're ahead. No, we'll go forward. Juvenile Justice Advisory Group. I see some very familiar faces. Jill Ward from the University of Maine, Linda Berry Potter of Department of Corrections, Christine Tebow of Cumberland County attorney, and Ned Chester. Very impressive group who have dedicated, I think, their lives and their spouses' lives and their kids' lives to juvenile justice. So welcome all. I think we'll begin with Jill.
Yes, thank you, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren for having us here today. I'm Jill Ward, and I run the Maine Center for Juvenile Policy and Law, and I'm the recently elected chair of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group, and I am joined by former chair and juvenile justice extraordinaire, godfather, I don't know what to call him, Ned Chester, who is my vice chair, and Christine Tebow, who is secretary of the organization and also longstanding godmother of the Juvenile Justice State Advisory Group. And Linda is the acting JJ specialist and compliance monitor, which is the staff person that supports the work of the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group and is housed at the Department of Corrections. So I'm going to talk very fast. Many of you are accustomed to my fast talking, and give an overview of what the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group is, who we are, and what our primary responsibilities are. And then Linda can come clean up after me on anything I missed, as can Christine and Ned, who may have able to answer any other questions this body might have. So the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group is established under federal law, the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act of 1974, and was most recently federally reauthorized in 2018, and is also codified in Maine law. And the Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention Act, which I call the JJDPA for shorthand, sets out national standards for the custody and care of youth in the juvenile justice system and provides direction and support for state juvenile justice system reforms to improve youth outcomes and promote public safety. So the state advisory group is an all-volunteer advisory group that is determined by statute. So there are stakeholder slots outlined in the federal law that the governor then appoints on a volunteer capacity to do really two main things. Thing number one is to ensure compliance with the core protections for youth that are in the federal law. And those four protections are as follows. One protection is that states are not to incarcerate or put in secure care status offenders. This is called the deinstitutionalization of status offenders provision, which is quite a mouthful, but it ensures that youth whose actions would not be criminal but for their status as minors, that they are not put in secure confinement for these things. And so those are things like runaway, truancy, skipping school, breaking curfew, those sorts of things. The second protection is jail removal, and this ensures that youth are not held in adult jails or holding facilities with very limited exceptions, which I have included in the fact sheet. The third protection is sight and sound separation. So within those very limited exceptions where juveniles are not to be housed in adult jails or secure lockups, there is complete sight and sound separation from adults. This means that they can't be housed in the same cell or even in the same cell right next to an adult where they can see and interact with a young person. And then the fourth protection is states are required to identify and address racial and ethnic disparities of the treatment of youth at all points within the juvenile justice system, from arrest through to confinement. So states comply with these 4 core protections, and then what happens? Well, they get an allocation from the federal government. And the second responsibility of the JJAG is to come up with a 3-year plan to help direct the expenditure of those federal dollars, both in part to maintain compliance with what I just described, but there are also a set of allowable uses within the statute that the JJAG looks at to determine how to spend federal monies in their state to improve their system in lots of different ways. And it runs the gamut from prevention to early intervention to reentry, all the different stages to make the system stronger and improve outcomes for youth. This is a formula grant that is based on the number of youth under age 18 in each state, and there is a floor. So Maine always gets at least in recent years, an allocation of $400,000 annually to spend in this way. That allocation has been increasing over the last several fiscal years, and with the most recent reauthorization in Congress in 2018, I think we can expect Maine's allocation to continue to slowly increase over time based on what the appropriations committees have done in the past. Where we are right now, let me just say one more thing. The third thing the JJAG does is serve in this advisory capacity. So we are here as a body to give advice around policy and practice issues in juvenile justice to the governor, to the state legislature, really to anyone in the state of Maine who wants our input and support in educating all kinds of stakeholders around juvenile justice issues. Where we are right now is we are at the beginning of a 3-year plan. We are awaiting a solicitation from the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention, which is the federal office that oversees this law, to submit our 3-year plan and how we will spend Maine's allocation going forward. As you know, we're in a transitionary period, so we're still waiting on that solicitation. There's transition happening in Washington, D.C. And so as soon as we get that, we have spent the last couple of months, November and December, planning for that. And then I will just say as one more thing, the Juvenile Justice Advisory Group spent a lot of its most recent allocations on system improvement grants. And these included the audit of Long Creek in 2017 and the most recent system assessment that I see several familiar faces, participated in the task force that worked with the Center on Children's Law and Policy to come up with a set of recommendations after doing a comprehensive assessment of the system for the state to consider implementing to improve our system. So this body has spent a lot of its federal resources in really doing some of that groundwork to understand what's going on in Maine and to inform where resources are best spent to improve outcomes for young people. So a couple of the other big allocations were around a restorative justice report, and I'm forgetting another really big one. We've also done a conference around SROs annually. So we've done these larger systemic investments, and now that we have a lot of this information, our 3-year plan is really looking to gap fill and augment how we support youth and community and move away from locking kids up as a sort of sole response, in line with, I think, some of the recommendations that you all are somewhat familiar with, I hope, that came out of the task force report. So I'll pause, that was a lot. And I invite any of my colleagues here to add anything I might have missed that is of major relevance that I could have overlooked.
So,
Christine, yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. So one of the other roles that we play is that we are part of a consortium of other state advisory groups. It's called the Coalition for Juvenile Justice. And we do advocacy at the national level as well. When I started as a JJAG member, Maine received about $1.2 million from the Office of Juvenile Justice and Delinquency Prevention. And now we're down to $400,000. And even though, as Jill said, that amount is increasing, we certainly have seen better days. So part of what we do is reach out to both our federal delegates for Maine, but also with other juvenile justice advocates, and look at national reforms that will hopefully improve the services we can deliver in Maine.
Thank you. Yes, Ned, hi. Go right ahead.
I just want to say that along with the decrease in money from the federal government, we have changed our focus from funding individual programs, although we do some of that, to really developing policy, expertise in policy. And we have been putting out various papers over the last couple of years to focus issues like records, school resource officers, and that major commitment to doing the work doing the evaluation of Long Creek and the task force to kind of begin to pull those things together. So we are still doing some funding of programs, but we really want to be more of a policy resource and information resource for people. Thank you.
Very good. Anyone else? You know I'm going to make a comment, right? So,
of course.
Especially whenever someone mentions status offenses, it brings me back to when I was 24 years old working with Stephen School girls. Those status offenses went away in juvenile code in '74, but we had many. I mean, there were hundreds of boys at the Boys Training Center. We had like 200 girls at Stevens School for things such as truancy, runaway. Incorrigible was the saddest one because that was defined if you as a child failed at 3 foster homes, you were incorrigible. It wasn't the foster home's fault. So that was one of the definitions. But my personal favorite was danger of falling into habits of vice and immorality. So I survived that. I never got picked up for that. But anyways, I love throwing out those little historical perspectives, and I think Ned remembers a lot of that. So thank you for letting me say that. Anyways, so if no one has any questions, and we'll be hearing. Victoria, Representative Morales.
Thank you, Senator, and thank you, Jill, for that presentation, and Ned and Christine. Just the historical piece, because I think I just read this last year or the year before, but interesting to note that the first boy who was incarcerated at Long Creek was in 1853 when it was first built. And he was a Black boy from Hollowell. His name was Washington. And at the time, you know, naming a son after a strong figure was really important. And he stole a loaf of bread. So I just put that out there as history, as we do the work we're going to do, which is going to be really important. But it's important to put this all in context. Thank you.
And from that, we have Les Miserables. That's how the play started. No, I'm just saying, a loaf of bread. So, anyone else have a comment or anything? No? Again, yes, go right ahead, Joan.
Yeah, if I could just add, Linda just alerted me to letting you folks know, one of the things we're also currently doing right now in partnership, or is supported by the JJAG in partnership with the Department of Corrections, is these regional community care teams, which is a cross-system collaboration to do some very high-level problem solving around individual problems that come up around individual youth, but we're also then documenting sort of macro level trends, so that we're really trying to understand what are some of the systemic barriers to getting young people what they need to sustain them in communities successfully, and sort of really promoting greater collaboration between the Department of Corrections, the Department of Health and Human Services, the Department of Education, and the Department of Labor. They're all at the table in all of the 3 DOC regions doing this work. And I just say it's sort of I like to say a testament to the work of the task force, and some of the cross-collaborative conversations that started in that process, I think have been really taken and transitioned into these DOC regions, in part response to COVID, and really trying to get as many young people out of what is a congregate care setting in Long Creek and into community if we can successfully and safely. And so that has been a really, I think, an innovative sort of move by the agencies to work together on this. And the JJAG has supported that effort with emergency COVID funds to help young people with transitional housing, with hotspots, with a laptop so they can attend, school and access college courses. So you will hear more about this probably from Colin O'Neill, but it is a good indication of sort of the role that JJAG could play in some of these kind of systemic reforms.
Good. All right. Well, again, thank you. And I'm sure we'll see you again. Okay.
Yes, indeed. Thank you all for your time very much.
Bye-bye. Okay, there we are. The Maine County Commissioners Association and the Cumberland County Commissioner Steve Gordon and Clara McConnell from Vero Dana. They join us. Do I see anybody there? We are 5 minutes ahead.
Steve Gordon's just coming on.
Cohen's
Oh,
here.
Jim? Yeah.
Jim
Good afternoon.
Hi.
And there's Steve Gordon. Perfect.
Okay. So Jim, you're joining us?
Yes, I am.
Okay. And your position, I didn't have your name down.
So I'd like, if I may, Madam Chair,
Yeah, we are 5 minutes ahead.
Steve Gordon, who's the chair of the board of the Maine County Commissioners Association, is the guest of honor.
Okay.
There's some bad feedback, Madam Chair.
Yeah. The feedback is from 5 minutes ago.
Sounds like someone's watching the YouTube.
Oh, okay. Have you turned off the YouTube? Whoever just came in probably. Okay, I think we're fine now. Jim, did you want us to start with Steve? Is that?
Yes, Madam Chair. Steve Gordon is the guest of honor. I'm here merely for moral support.
Oh, good. Welcome, Steve. Oh, you're muted. Unmute yourself. Thank you.
He's much needed. He's a good addition to the services that we provide to our membership at the Maine County Commissioners Association.
Okay.
Madam Chairs, Senator DeChambeau and Representative Warren, members of the Criminal Justice Committee, and I recognize a few of you, and local governments and the public. I'm Steve Gordon, and I'm presently chair of the Cumberland County Commissioners, and also the president of Maine County Commissioners Association, made up of 15 of the 16 counties. I wish to thank you for your time describing county government, and hopefully when I'm finished, both you and I will have a better understanding of what counties are. Second, counties provide regional programming services that aren't economically served by each municipality comparatively. And thinking of future services, technology offers regionalization opportunities in communications and back office that have yet to be considered by the state as part of total tax containment. Consider this: there are many counties within the U.S. that serve populations greater than our total state. Maine counties presently provide the following services: the Sheriff's Department, which you are very, very familiar with, and their budget generally constitutes larger than 50% of the total county budget. By law, the sheriff is the jailer and law enforcement officer, and the departments of the jails are responsible for safe housing of inmates and programs to reduce recidivism. I finally got that word right, Jim. Probate, and you're probably going to hear some of that out of judiciary because there are bills in there, provide judicial services and houses probate documents through a selected judge and the registrar. Its main services, which are important, commissioners feel, to the public because of the manner in which they can be handled: adoptions, guardianships of minors, estates, trusts, conservatorships. I mean, things like that. Some of those have to be received in a couple of hours sometimes, and this kind of service allows that. Name changes and supports of enforcement. The other is the Registry of Deeds, which most people at one time or other have had to use, and it works with the public attorneys and surveyors for land transaction information and general assistance. Accepts instruments such as deeds for legal recording and attests to copies of instruments as needed. The other service or another service that we have is the emergency management, which is a growing public service, in that out of that are coming some services that the communities are paying for over and above their taxes. Incorporate all available emergency responses on a countywide basis, and provides an operations center for the coordination of all inter and intra-countywide emergency operations. Another is the district attorney's office. Now, the DAs, the district attorneys, and their assistants are considered state employees, but the county provides the facilities, the personnel, the clerks and advocates, and the provisions to run the office. Courts, counties provide the space for superior and district courts and the utilities and functional services. Auxiliary services, and these are some of the things, as I say, that we get paid for. Some of the counties provide tax assessing, so that that service can be done on a more efficient basis. 911 communication and dispatching functions for EMS, fire, police, and 911 responses. And some counties have gone so far as to offer part-time services such as fire chief functions for smaller local departments. And we have one county that provides airport management and operations. So I think there's a myriad of which counties do that a lot of people don't realize. The last one is that I speak about is the governmental services for unorganized territories, and it varies by counties. Aroostook County has some 100 UTs, and others have none, like Cumberland County. Such services are fire protection, roads, EMS, animal control, government administration, all the things that a small community needs, but it's provided by the county because those citizens can no longer afford to pay the taxes that it would cost to fund the services that are relegated to communities now. And I make a comment to you that I think you're going to see more and more the smaller population communities apply to decertify and become UTs just because of the costs. Now, internally, a county is governed by an elected commission, and if you know the law, it's simple. It's county commissioners have final authority over the operations of all county offices by elected or appointed officials. That's unquote. A commission is generally made up of 3 to 7 commissioners, and some commissioners, for example, I represent over 50,000 people. Just because of the size of the population. Depending upon the status of each commission, they generally operate either as select boards or councils, and many have full-time managers or clerks. Your 16 counties are dissimilar in many ways. The differences are created generally by the demographics and their culture, which is not a bad thing, if you're willing to recognize their many issues for such the differences in their economics and ability to serve. The differences are the main reason why singular legislation proposals may not be appropriate for all counties. Population, revenue, culture being the controlling features. So if you are considering legislation, you might want to consider building in some sort of flexibility so that the smaller counties that don't have the normal services that maybe some of the larger ones have a way to either get together with another county or provide those services in another reason. Now we'll get into the real meat of the issue here in my talk is the major tensions. I would be remiss if I didn't make you aware that some of the tensions that exist externally to the county government, certainly as with all governments, even the state here, revenue. County revenue's source is the property tax, which is the most regressive. And in the aggregation, the total of all annual budgets for counties is approximately 235 million. And we in total employ some 2,000 employees. And yet the service costs are reasonable. For example, Cumberland County taxes are approximately $130 a year for a $200,000 home. So you see all the services that we provide, that is, I think, is a reasonable figure to have these services on call for the public and to serve the citizenry as necessary. Our worst revenue tensions is something that I'm going to get kind of blunt here, is the state inhibits our revenue acquisition with LD1, but more draconically, it is its application of an absolute jail tax cap. By one area of the state government, one area of the state government applies it, while other areas continuously add rules, regulations, and requirements. And my suggestion is it needs modification, such as allowing counties latitude by a vote of the commissioners, similar to that of LD1 for communities. That's one way. On the other hand, I think if you really step back, I question if either cap is presently viable, as both caps are controlled by publicly elected officials, which have public oversight. I mean, public has really got strong in oversighting what budgets are and how they're spent and what's necessary. So whereas in the past it may have been necessary and is something that the state invoked, my suggestion is if you really took a hard look at it, you might want to just get rid of that bureaucratic oversight. Municipalities. This is a mild tension. that we have with a few of our municipalities. And the counties, and it lies in the area of how county taxes are collected. And for efficiency, it's through Maine municipal tax collection. And I respect and understand their concern, as citizens may consider the collecting agency, the municipality, responsible for the full amount. Well, with their educational funding being approximately 80% of their budget and the county's requirements, plus their own governmental needs, they receive precious little political credit for the holding the line on their portion of the budget. And it's, you know, the public does, I believe, really look at whatever the community puts out as something that they control, and it's not good. Not fair, I guess, is a better word. Jails, and this involves this committee most. Their functionality is a financial enigma for both the state and the counties, as the total statewide amount approximates annually, but increasing, $100 million, of which the state provides some $18 million to subsidize a portion of the DOC requirements. In addition to Criminal Justice Committee, there are other state legislative committees that are trying to adapt to the newer social norms without mainstreaming our disadvantaged population. Well, let me be blunt here. Through state legislation and judiciary rulemaking, county jails specifically are impacted by a transitioning paradigm, which is transposing the jails from detention centers into public services of last resort. And what I mean by that is that when you don't know where to take an individual, in picked up, they're apprehended, you don't recognize them, or no, you don't appreciate who they are, where do they go? An individual, whether they're disadvantaged or a criminal, they go to jail. And I ask, how come? And if there's just one shocking fact that I give to you, you think of this. Over 75% of county inmates receive psychotropic medication daily. Now, in my mind, that should raise the specter that we as citizens have a mental health epidemic within our county jail population. And how many of them really are criminals, but they aren't. They're disadvantaged and they need treatment. Well, you wouldn't think that a jail is a place to treat the mentally ill. I don't believe there's a person here that thinks that. Now expand your thought of public services of last resort, and I'll ask you this question. Where should we transport detained individuals? They're our state citizens for treatment, and they are the ones that are suffering from mental illness, substance addiction, homelessness, human trafficking, domestic abuse, in need of human sexuality health services, etc. Additionally, I asked the department within the state presently, I ask you which department within the state presently is responsible and provides these professional services for the citizenry. I mean, which department does this now? Personally, I don't believe you answer the Department of Corrections or the county jail. Now I ask from the 30,000-foot level, are we as representatives of the people contemplating having the DOC create a duplicative service and our county jails transposed into the public service of last resort? How do we do that? And how do we separate the disadvantaged detainees so that they may receive the services they deserve from the truly criminal element whose demographics have changed over the decade? Thank you for your attention, and I'll take questions if there's any time.
Anyone have any questions? Senator Seaway. You're muted. Okay, thank you.
Yep.
There. Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Steve, you bring up a lot of good points. When I was a lieutenant at the Kennebec County Jail, I asked a lot of those same questions back when we had AmHigh, and they tried to get rid of AmHigh at that time, and I was on a subcommittee for that board and tried to save it because of the same issues that you brought up: mental health, substance abuse, and a lot of times we had people that just didn't fit in the jails. They had mental health problems, but they'd go out and commit a crime the minute they got out, because whether they didn't know better or they just wanted to show off because they felt like they had to with their friends or whatever. There's a lot of issues where they were easily led. I think, well, I know you bring up the resources issue, and that's what I've been getting at for a long time, is we just lack the resources. And I think when I was on the task force for opioid task force, even Judge Stokes brought up the same thing. He says, what do I do with the prisoners? Because we don't have the resources, and so I think if we can look at investments in resources, because we had Jackson Brook, we had AmHigh, we had Hope House, Health Reach, Tri-County, all kinds of different avenues, New Beginnings. I can go right through a whole list, but we don't have those options as much now. So what do you think? How do we get those resources?
Wow. Well, I think that's, I guess my first remark is that's above my pay grade, but my thinking is this: it's certainly, there's no short term, and it's a long-term solution if you're going to really look at this. One of the keys is the recidivism. If you look at who comes into the jail, goes through the process, and then the district attorney says time served and they're out the door, and they do this cycle over and over again. Well, think of who you're costing. You're costing the jails and all that processing. You're costing the district attorney's office and all that processing. You're involving judiciary and all that processing and time. And it's increasing. And if you start thinking that maybe you could take that amount of resources out of the system and place them, if you could determine who these individuals are and what kind of services they want, you probably get somewhere. I know that judiciary is interested in this. So if you have interest, you might probe that committee a little.
Well, that was from Judge Stokes, who said we just don't have the resources, and his hands are up in the air saying, where did we place them? And I guess that's the problem. It really is, and that's the bottom line.
Well, I guess the other question is, are you looking to serve these citizens? And if you are, the question I kept alluding to, and I didn't hear anybody pick it up because I didn't ask the question right out and ask for an answer, but where is DHHS in all this? Why aren't they a player here? They provide those services to the citizenry. Obviously, what's happened in these particular cases is these people don't come in contact with or apply for the right kind of service, and as a result, they come to jail. And if you go through the jail, there's no reason for some of these people being there. It does them no good, and it is well, enough said.
Yeah.
Thank you for the opportunity.
We have a couple of questions. Representative Pickett, please.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, sir, for being here and for enlightening us on these issues. But if I'm understanding you right, it's something that I've been thinking about for some time, and that is that and when we talked about last year about funding the jails, we talked about the cap. We talked about how that would intertwine in what we were trying to do to put together a bill. And we had made some real good progress on that all the way through. And then of course, COVID came and we all know what happened from there. And that bill is coming back in this session, and hopefully we can finally get a resolve to it. But with the cap part of it, and the problem is, if I'm understanding you right, and understanding the people from before, the problem is we as a state, we keep demanding you folks to do this and do that and do this and do that. And we put mandates upon you. And then we turn around and we short fund you. So for lack of a better term, we don't fund the way that we should be funding you. Right. And so that's where the cap comes in. But now we turn around and, if I'm hearing what you've been saying, if DHHS was a player in this, and instead of defunding the police department and taking funds away from them, giving the police what they need to do their jobs, and then getting the other resources from DHHS and having them pick up the part where they might even have to go into the jails or however it happens to be able to take care of the mental health issues and things like that. And I'm not sure, I'm not going to go into everything we talked about in that bill last session, but isn't that really the answer, how we can be able to get to that point where we can give the jails what they need to take care of what their job is, and then at the same time serve the clients that are in the jail, the people that are in the jail that need services that the jails can't do, and they're not prepared to do, and they're not trained to do. Does that make sense?
Well, it certainly is a much better answer than what we've got right now, and I appreciate that thinking. I would hope that individuals that have the background and the knowledge in this particular kind of sociological issue will come together and use their backgrounds and their knowledge and experience to develop something that really is meaningful. I mean, there are some states that are out there that are creating diversion programs that for individuals prior to them hitting the jail. And so there is some examples to be considered. But thank you for your thoughts.
Thank you, sir, for being here today.
Mr. Gordon, in your whole presentation, I served on the state and local government, and so that is an area that we have addressed some of the concerns you had, especially in unauthorized territories. You made a lot of statements that really belong in taxation, and that has to do with revenue. Right. But focusing on jails and the process of someone ends up there having suspected of committing a crime or observed committing a crime, and the arrest results in being detained in a county jail. That's the first step. And we've heard much testimony in many areas of not being able to afford the bail. It's not as simple as saying he's mentally ill. He probably should be, or she, treated in the community, because the key function is detainment, getting them ready for trial or court. So having said all that, if I was in your shoes, I would, and I want to tell you, in York County, I served on 3 terms of the budget committee for the county, so I know what you're up against. But I would strongly suggest to expand your main pretrial services, who really understand the court system and the jail system and the needs of their prisoners or the people that are being detained in the county jails. And they do a great job of putting them in the community appropriately. That's just my editorial comment. And yes, Representative Warren, please.
Thank you, Senator. Commissioner, thank you so much for your testimony today. And I just want to say that we do have diversion programs here in Maine. We just don't fund them adequately. And you asked the right question. Where is Health and Human Services? When over 75% of the folks in our county jails are taking psychotropic medications every day, we know we're doing something wrong, right? And there are crimes that are public safety issues, but there are also crimes that are simply mental health issues. When somebody's naked standing in a fountain in the middle of Portland, it's not really a public health issue, a public safety, excuse me, it's a mental health issue, right? They don't need to be taken to the county jail. We need to dispatch mobile crisis. Now we have a couple of problems. For one, our E911 system can only dispatch to ambulance, police, and fire. That's a problem. So we have this mobile crisis that's underfunded, and the one place that people call 911 can't dispatch there. I have a bill to fix that. And secondly, we need to sufficiently fund mobile crisis, right? The folks like me, a social worker, we're trained to deal with people that are struggling with a mental health crisis. So mobile crisis can be dispatched to where the police officer is. So the police officer doesn't need to spend 3 hours sitting on the sidewalk with this person who's struggling, or in the emergency room, or eventually, because they've taken somebody who's struggling to the emergency room and the doctor comes at them, then there's an assault and now we're in the county jail, right? I've heard it a million times in the 7 years I've been doing this work. And the crazy thing is, we have mobile crisis, we have crisis stabilization units, and we have 24-hour call lines that police can use and that family members and consumers can use. We just don't fund them properly. And I don't know about you, but I know that my friends that work down the street at the Hollowell Police Department, the first time they call and they don't get someone to come help them, they're probably not going to call again. Right. And when we don't have enough crisis workers, they're not going to be able to get the help that they need and they deserve, because they're not trained to be social workers, right? So you're just speaking my language. I couldn't not say this. This is a bill that was in last year. Obviously, with COVID, it disappeared. Senator Searway, it sounds like you're speaking the language too. I'd love to have your support on the bill. You know, I just need to say that other states are finally, you know, they're coming to the place of deferring folks. We have state of the art in Maine. We have in Maine what other states are trying to start doing. We just don't fund it. And yet we pay $700 million a year on prisons, jails, and police officers. $700 million a year combined. My bill that would fund crisis for the entire state, $5 million a year, right? Most effective, least expensive. I'm going to stop there. I expect all of you to co-sponsor with me. Thank you.
Well, thank you for a solution there, Representative Warren. Okay.
Anytime.
Else? Okay, I don't see anybody else's hand up. Thank you. You gave us a lot to think about and to refresh our memory. So thank you again.
Well, thank you. And if the county commissioners and the association can be any service to the committee, please do not hesitate to ask.
Good. Thank you.
Yep.
You did a good job, Jim.
I know when to shut up.
Okay. Well,
Thank you.
Thank you. So we are saving probably the best for last. Is that it? Secretary of State Bellows. So I think I remember her. We'll turn it over to you, Shannon. Yes, Secretary of State Bellows.
Good afternoon, Senator DeChambeau, Representative Warren, distinguished members of the Criminal Justice Committee. What a privilege to be with you here today. My name is Shanna Bellows. I am Secretary of State, and I'm joined on this presentation as well by my Director of Administration and Finance, Dave LaChance, as well as the head of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, Patty Morneau. So I'm just going to talk about the parts of the department that touch on your work that I think you're really interested in. The Division of Driver's License Services within the Bureau of Motor Vehicles was established with an objective of assuring the safety of licensees and other users of the highway through improved attitudes and driving performance. This is achieved through the administration of laws pertaining to the operation of motor vehicles, issuance of driver licenses, and through maintaining records of convictions or adjudications transmitted by the courts through traffic accident records, by identifying drivers who are reckless or negligent and habitual or frequent violators of traffic laws and or accident involvement, and by maintaining standards to determine physical, emotional, mental competencies for driving. So the Driver of License Services is one of multiple divisions within the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, but within Driver License Services, we have 7 work units, and they're divided by responsibilities of issuance of the licenses and control. I want to talk about the control group. The control group consists of 3 units, which are financial responsibility, court records, and OUI-HO. The primary functions and activities of those work groups are to assure motor vehicles are properly insured, to process abstracts of convictions or adjudications of motor vehicle law violations as transmitted from the main judicial system, including the traffic court, and to apply the information to driver history records. Our team reviews records for appropriate action against repeat violators under the point system, or suspend licenses, registrations, or privilege to obtain credentials as mandated by law. They review reports of traffic accidents as received electronically through the main crash reporting system and invoke the provisions of the financial responsibility law against motorists involved. They also suspend licenses based on administrative determination that a person operated with an excessive alcohol level under the influence of drugs or were under the legal drinking age while operating a motor vehicle with any amount of alcohol. Another function is the management of the ignition interlock program and the associated requirements that allow a driver to restore driving privileges with the installation of an approved interlock device. I'm going to walk through some statistics for you and then open it up to questions. So in 2020, the total number of convictions, resident convictions, was 38,346. Non-resident was 4,349. The total number of license suspensions in 2020 was 32,937. Non-residents was 1,586. In 2018, the total number of arrests for blood alcohol offenses was 7,538. And I will just say that the 2020 totals are still coming in. And we have blood alcohol, 2020 net active ignition interlock devices is 606. The 2020 total accidents is 50,066. This was down from the prior year of 64,637. In contrast, the number of uninsured drivers is up. We're at 1,921, up last year from 1,766, making our uninsured accident percentage a little higher at 3.76%, up from the past years in the upper 2%, but still well under the national average. Here's a second division, which I think will interest the Criminal Justice Committee, and that is our Division of Legal Affairs, Adjudications, and Hearings, which conducts all administrative hearings reviewing the suspension and restoration of driver's licenses. In practice, the bulk of license suspension hearings are for OUIs and refusals to take the test, violations of alcohol conditions, and for demerit point accumulation and some specified convictions. The division also reviews various other license suspensions, such as failure to maintain insurance, medical reasons, negligent operation causing a fatal crash, or violations of the ignition, interlock device, habitual offender revocations, and more. The division also administers adjudicatory hearings program and the Motor Vehicle Franchise Board. Although these often arise from incidents that also give rise to criminal prosecutions, it's important for the committee to recognize that administrative suspensions serve a public safety rather than a punitive function and are separate from any court proceedings. An administrative hearing serves as a last look to make sure the Bureau acted correctly under the law. As such, hearing decisions are final agency action appealable to the Superior Court. And typically, the division hears about 5,000 hearings annually. The division also performs legal research and training for the Bureau and legal advice and guidance. The third division of interest to the Criminal Justice Committee is the Enforcement, Anti-Theft, and Regulations Division, which provides law enforcement investigations for the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, manages the automobile title process, and oversees the regulatory compliance for the driver motorcycle rider education schools and instructors, new and used automobile dealers, equipment, light trailer, trailer and motorcycle dealers, vehicle auctions, and recyclers. The detectives are uniquely trained, qualified, and authorized to pursue regulatory compliance and bring to prosecution crimes under motor vehicle and criminal law. Responsibilities include, although not limited to, licensing, regulation, and enforcement of laws concerning various types of vehicle dealers and recyclers, title fraud, odometer fraud, automobile identification, auto theft investigations, registration evasion, insurance fraud, consumer complaints, and driver license and state ID card fraud. This section closed out 4,400 cases in 2020. And returned $107,553.49 to automobile consumers in the form of restitution, as well as recovering $183,950 in property and additionally $28,676.59 in bad checks and agency fees. So those are three of the divisions within the department. We also have divisions, which I've not spoken about today, which include public services, which is our branches, and vehicle services, which deals with vehicle registrations. So happy to take questions about any of this, but I'm also joined by our division directors. Dave Gilmet leads the enforcement division. Linda Grant leads license services. Lynn Gardner leads our hearings division, and Mark Silk is our chief detective in our enforcement division as well. So those are folks that you may be hearing from on time to time with specific bills. And of course, our BMV head, Patty Morneau, and Dave LaChance. So with that, I'm happy to answer any questions. And I will just add one final point. Listening online, I am very fortunate that Matt Dunlap set up an excellent staff. Our Chief Deputy Dottie Kennelly, who had served in the legislature, is staying on as our Chief of Staff, and Pat Condon is staying on as our Director of Constituent Services. So if you have any constituent needs along these lines, please reach out to our offices. We're here to help. I know how important that is. And many of you know Emily Cook, who came over from the Senate and is serving as my special assistant. So we are here to serve you and the people of Maine. Thank you.
Thank you. I still want to refer to you as Senator Bellows. That's going to take a while. Any questions? I'm sure probably some people, because I just sent you an email, but those are great stats. Can you make that available for us, please?
Absolutely. Good. I believe we have forwarded a copy recently today to the clerk. The other thing that my chief of staff intends to send to you is a document that we shared with the Transportation Committee. That's just a broad overview of the agency with a lot of fun facts. Like, for example, we saw over 300,000 rapid renewal vehicle registrations this past year, which was double from those in 2019. again, perhaps not in the purview of criminal justice, but we have some really good data that we want to share with you.
Good. Thank you. Someone I saw the hand go up, Senator Samway.
Good afternoon, Madam Treasurer.
Treasurer.
Secretary of
I don't know if
State.
that's a
I was-
promotion or demotion.
Two kind of mixed up, yeah. Well, anyway, I wanted to thank you for those good numbers. That there's a lot of work involved to come up with those numbers, that's for sure. And I would go to, back when I was in law enforcement, sometimes had to go to hearings at the Secretary of State's office. And what I was wondering is, do you have the victims' numbers that might be involved in many of these motor vehicle situations? And it's nice to get all the numbers of the charges, but sometimes, I think ultimately we try to do it for the victims and to help them from harm and keep them in harm's way, and also the ones that are victimized to be able to take care of them and their families. So I think it's just an important piece that I think always sometimes those things are overlooked, and I think it's just something, if we can get that information, that'd be great.
What I really appreciate about your question is it really goes to the core mission of the Bureau of Motor Vehicles, and that is safety, right? Our mission is safety of the drivers on the road. And so what we're doing in terms of the license services control aspect of the licenses is really taking appropriate measures to ensure public safety. And the hearings process is important from due process perspective and the enforcement piece. But in terms of data, because our charge under statute is to take appropriate measures as directed by statute to uphold safety, I am not certain that we track data associated with specific numbers of victims. But I'm going to ask Patty Morneau, who is the head of our BMV, to just check my assumption there. And she may in turn direct it to one of our very able division directors who, quite frankly, in the interest of full disclosure, this data was compiled by an awesome team of people. We really have the best team at the BMV. But Patty, go ahead.
Thank you, Secretary Bellows. Yes, your assumption is correct, Secretary Bellows. I'm not sure that we could gather that data, but I will have a discussion with my team here to see what we can gather for data, and absolutely will share what we can produce for you, definitely.
Great. Excuse me, Representative Warren, please.
Thank you, Senator DeChambeau. Thank you, Madam Secretary, for being here. You and I talked a bunch about this when you were running, so I bet you're not surprised that I'm going to ask you this question. I know I'm not alone in my concern for so many Mainers who have lost their license due to not public safety issues, but simply because they can't afford to pay their court fines. And often what we do is their license is suspended, they still can't pay their fine, we suspend their license again, there's another fee put on top of that, they can't afford that because they couldn't afford the other one, we suspend it again, there's another fee on top of that. It's sort of a poverty tax as far as I'm concerned. So do you have an idea of how many people have suspended licenses simply because they haven't been able to pay their court fines?
I am going to ask Lynn Gardner, who's the director of our Division of Hearings, and Linda Grant if they have that data. But before I do that, I want to amplify what you're saying. I have long held and deep concerns about the practice of punishing people for inability to pay fines. And suspending driver's licenses as a debt collection tool is profoundly inequitable, both in terms of socioeconomic class, but also the data demonstrates that there are racial disparities as well that arise with using suspension of driver's licenses as a debt collection tool. And so I share your concerns about that and commitment to looking at this issue to try to make some important reforms of the system a priority. But I see that Director Gardner is present with us, and perhaps she has access to that data. And if we don't, we will get it to you. Go ahead.
Thank you.
Director Gardner, do you want to add to that?
Actually, I think it's probably Director Grant who, if
okay,
those statistics, she would have, she would be the person to get those statistics.
Okay, we'll follow up with you. Oh, and there is Director Grant.
Yeah,
Great. I wasn't sure if she was part of this meeting. There she is.
I would like to provide the most recent or current up-to-date information. We have been tracking this for several years now, and I have some 2018 information. Some of our numbers are a little skewed now, but we do have the two scenarios of failure to pay fines in itself, failure to appear in court, which is similar but different. So, I mean, we are talking numbers, well, upwards of 20,000 annually, thereabouts, that we might receive from the court where we would take the action based on the court notification.
Thank you.
We can certainly get the up-to-date numbers, more current information.
Thank you, Director Grant. And thank you, Madam Secretary, for your interest in making some changes in this policy. It'll go a long way to helping us get more folks employed. We all know that, right? In Maine, you need to be able to drive in order to go to work. Thank you.
Yes, this is criminal justice, and having worked with prisoners, the saddest one for me is up in like Aroostook County or other areas, and the condition is they get substance abuse counseling or what have you, and they can't drive to it. And I've seen many times that probation was revoked for not complying and had to do with transportation problems. So anyways, anybody else have any questions they'd like to pose? It's great seeing the faces with the names that I've been talking to on the phone. So thank you very much. So that concludes our day today, and you can sleep in tomorrow. The State House is closed, and that should be fun. So we don't meet again till Wednesday. But I have to get up real early and shovel my car and get it out of the parking space by 8 a.m. So that's what's going to happen Wednesday. So, anybody have any comments?
Don't forget my sandwich.
God, I'm taking you out to lunch, Representative Pickett. Okay, we are done. And thank you again for everybody here.
Good job, everyone.
Hi, everyone.
For the members, I'd like to ask if there's any questions, or is this going, I want to applaud all of you. We've done pretty well. And it's a good education, and we're getting our answers. Again, for the people who are new to the committee, this is criminal justice and public safety, and the people who have presented to us, I think, have been forthcoming in their answers. So I'm very pleased with that. So see you Wednesday. All right.
Safe snow day, everyone.
Senator Lawrence, we'll see you in about 45 minutes.
Yes.
Okay.
Take
See
care.
you later. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Hi, Senator DeChambeau and Charlotte and Representative Warren, can I just talk to you for a second about scheduling?
Absolutely.
It's okay if anybody else hears, as far as I'm concerned.
Sorry, I answered you and I forgot to click OK. It's on
Oh, okay. So I sent you a text. And we need to schedule for the week of the 15th. It turns out the 15th is a holiday.
I'm
Monday,
gonna
the
go
15th. What?
turn off. I'm gonna go turn off the YouTube. Be right back.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so let me just look here at your.
Sure, it's real straightforward, my suggestion.
Oh, I didn't get a text.
Oh, I'm sorry, it was in the chat.
Oh, sorry about that. Okay, let me get a look at it here.
Charlotte, the bills are the 4 that we're going to be seeing on the 8th and the 10th is Department of Corrections, delivery of individuals and.
Yes, I see it. That looks great to me.
So
Good.
we're hearing them the week before, so we'll just put all 4 on Wednesday.
Love it.
Okay, that's great. Deb, that's the plan.
Okay, so no public hearings because that's what would have to be advertised by noon on Wednesday.
Jane, I asked, are there other bills coming in?
Well, we have those sort of 3 that we're holding because there's questions about referral. And then we only have 3 others.
Yeah. Charlotte, since it's just us, I will tell you, and I communicated with Bill Pluker on that bill having